I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal for how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who be caught up in using what I was called with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, outcast it like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be, what's good? It's your man, the number one chief rocker in Knicks universe, Uncle Freezy, and welcome to the Knicks Morning Drive. You know, the Knicks Offseason live stream. We're going to be here 7 days a week. We're going to try to do 7 days a week. We're going to try to do 7 days a week for the Knicks Morning Drive, 7 days a week for the Knicks at Night podcast, so that you are aware of all the moving and shaking going on in Knicks universe. Let's get this party started right. Blue tears, orange tears, blorange tears. Bim! Let's go. Throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care. And if you got some loot and a stick of juicy fruit, somebody say, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Scream. What's good, everybody? What's good? Welcome to the Knicks Morning Drive-ish. Welcome to the Knicks Morning Drive-ish. I had a late start today, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. My intention was to be here with you guys at 10 and maybe do like 10 to 1:30. But your man's overslept. So it pushed everything back during the day. It pushed my conference call back. It pushed the vibes and stuff back. It pushed everything back. I'm sorry, y'all. But we here. And so if you like around the clock Knicks content, and if you like opinions and all that stuff, man, subscribe to the channel, smash the like button. Right? Support your boys, man. So support you guys. Yeah, man. All right. Let me double check something real quick. Just want to double check some stuff. So somebody said, let me see here. Let me shout out my people. T. Williams is in the building. What's good? Andy N is in the building. What's good, Andy? Andy says, I heard KD added your 1985 Bears to his wish list. Aside from the 96, 97 Bulls. Yeah. KD is all over the place. Wilson Ding is in the building. Wacko. What's good? JJ's in the building. Harlem Girl, Harlem World. What's good? Fish is in the building. What's good? What's good? Hey, Fish, this is the rumor. Randall and Reddish for Haywood and Charlotte's unprotected 2023 first round pick. I saw that on Chat Sports. There is the source for that. I'm not for sure where they were going with that. I'm not for sure if they made that up, if they heard it, but that's where I saw it. So I don't know if the front offices are discussing that, if Chat Sports made that up. I'm not for sure how it goes, but whatever. Just checking out the phone to see if any trades have been done between now and the time that I concluded vibes and stuff. And it looks like no. Caleb Martin re-signs with the Miami Heat. Okay, I don't care. Right? Savage NYC is in the building. What's good? JJ's in the building. Darren Wayne was good. Rod Tucker was good. Ahmad, I see you. White Falcon is in the building. Crazy Eyes was good. Was good. Lily Phillips is in the building. Kevin Middleton was good. Kev says 7 days. Man, we need a day to crave for blowing tears. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Rod Tucker says, Knicks afternoon drive. Hey, Miss Margaret is in the building. What's good, Miss Margaret? Miss Margaret says, stop trading our players for injury-prone players who have not seen the floor for a year. People, do your homework. Bim. I see you. Okay. Wapo. Was that Mr. Vince that I saw? Mr. Vince is in the building. Keith Turner, Mr. Ray. What's good? I see y'all. Kareem Grant, I see you. Drebo, what's good? Boulevard, what's good? I see y'all. Man. Sav says, hey, you going to Vegas? Nah, I'm not going to Vegas, bro. I'm not going to Vegas. Benny, come Benny. I didn't put the link in the chat yet. You can't just start talking, Benny. Now Benny mad at me. I told Benny he can't talk about Randall, and now he just walked off. He mad. Okay, Benny. Benny, you'll get your chance. Benny, you'll get your chance to talk about Randall. Baker Mayfield traded to the Panthers. Okay. All right. Baker Mayfield to the Panthers. Okay. Whatever. Silk Sutton is in the building. Nice. What's good? KJW of Vince is in the building. Okay. KJW is in the building. Pierre Moise, what's good? All right. I see you. Okay. What's up, AJ? What's good? I see you. All right. Tiffin Smith is in the building. What's good? Okay. All right. I see you. Put your link in the chat, man, so people can check for you. Hey, Knicks will be the champs in 2026. What's good? Hardwell is in the building. So getting back to the question, am I going to Vegas? No, I can't go to Vegas. It's I just can't get the time away. Right? I wish. My goal last year was to go this year, but I just can't. Career-wise, I just can't. You know what I mean? Like I tried to go to Sim joint, and I wound up getting screwed out of going to Sim's joint. Right, some professional stuff going on, but whatever. I'm sorry, and I'm sorry about not being able to make Sim's joint. I wanted to make Sim's draft party and stuff, and a whole bunch of stuff went on where I couldn't make it, and I regret that. And I can't go to Summer League either. Got to work from home and a whole bunch of stuff, man. But we have a live on the spot correspondent, Rob the Knick, the OG, will be live from Summer League, and he'll be bringing you exclusive Summer League footage only for Lawrence Tears. Shout out to Rob the knowledgeable Knick. He'll be bringing exclusive Summer League coverage live here for Lawrence Tears. So we'll be going live during games. And Rob the Knick will be bringing live Summer League footage, and he's going to try to catch up with some of the Knicks players so that we can get live interviews and stuff directly to this channel. So maybe he could pull maybe a Deuce McBride or a Trevor Keels or something. We'll see how the things go. Of course, y'all know how it is, but it's the OG. The OG know what he's doing. So the OG, Rob the knowledgeable Knick, will be live at the Vegas Summer League, and he's going to try to pull some of the guys to the channel and try to provide some dope content for Lawrence Tears. Wacko, DSJ, Rob will be screaming, hey, look here. Nah, but hey, look here. Yeah, that's our guy, Rob the Knick. So I'm looking forward to Friday night's game against the Golden State Warriors. We had a Golden State Warriors content creator on the show Monday, Uncle Alchemy, Athletic Alchemy. That was dope. If you missed it, just check out Monday's Knicks Night podcast. Uncle Alchemy was dope. So we're trying to provide y'all with some dope content. We got the Golden State Warriors YouTuber, and Uncle Alchemy, for those that don't know, Uncle Alchemy is comparable to what Knicks Fans TV is for the Knicks. He might be a tad bit bigger, may have been doing it longer than CP and them, but just think, about that when you yeah. Bo Ismail's in the building. Bo, what's good? Why you ain't came back, Bo? Bo, why you ain't came back and hang out with us to talk Knicks stuff? Yo, Mr. Vince has asked Rob to get his boy Tibbs for a chat. Bim. Tibbs is going to talk pick and roll coverage. Yo, we going to try. Hey, he'll try to get Tibbs on. Tibbs, hey, a word for Lawrence Tears. Tibbs will be like, Mitchell Robinson needs to drop his hips when retreating on pick and roll coverage, keep his shoulders parallel to the boxes and his arms out wide and bump cutters so nobody Tibbs, we just want to know how you was doing, bro. Oh, okay. Bo, you said you kept getting cut up. Hey, well, it's technology, bro. The more of it that you have, the more stuff, the more problems you'll be facing, man, with technology, bro. It is what it is. But we enjoyed having you on, dog. That's the thing. Cash, what's good, Cash? Where you been, Cash? Let's go. Man, my man Cash is in the chat. Let me throw this link out here in the chat right now. Cash, what's good? Yeah, man. So I just put the link in the chat, man, to get some people in here that wanna hang out with me in the video chat, that wanna get on and talk these Knicks. And so yesterday I introduced a few things, right? I introduced a few things and I introduced a few things to y'all, right? I introduced you to this thought, right? And I want to touch on it a little bit, right? Immanuel Quickley, the 2023 NBA Most Improved Player. Immanuel Quickley, starting shooting guard for the New York Knicks, next to Jalen Brunson. Why and how does this work? Why and how does this work? Right? This works in the most basic basketball sense. Right? It works in the most basic basketball sense. The Knicks are pick and roll heavy. Right? Last year, I think the Knicks ran the sixth most amount of time. I think the Knicks ran pick and roll the sixth most times. They spent the seventh most time of possession in the pick and roll, and they were 28th in pick and roll efficiency. So what does that mean? That means the offense that y'all said that Tom Thibodeau has that doesn't exist actually exists, right? But the Knicks were not efficient at it. Our playmakers and guards were terrible. We were 30th in the NBA in assists last year. Right? And I think we may have been led for like the fourth season or the third season in a row by Julius Randle in assists. DJ Cash is in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
What's up? What's up? I'm here.
What's up, boss man? How you doing?
I'm good, man. What's good with you?
Man, pitter-paddling around here. I'm working on Studio G, trying to get Studio G right. Got them bears out of here, trying to make it look a little fancier in here. You know, maybe trying to keep up with the Joneses, so to speak. Trying to keep up with the Knicks film school guys. The people that I respect, like the Nothing But Knicks guys, them in the fancy backgrounds and all that stuff, man. Trying to keep up with those guys. Trying to keep up with like the Knicks fan TV guys and they fancy backgrounds and all that stuff. So I decided to relocate the Bears and try to do a little something.
All right, I understand. But it's all about that content, though, man.
Man.
That content whipping. Keep it up, man. That's the deal. That perspective.
Well, you know we doing the Knicks Morning Drive every day, the Knicks at Night podcast every day. Both of them are 3+ hours. I don't know any other Knicks content creator doing 6+ hours a day of Knicks content.
Everybody doing that, man.
Nah, man.
Some of us got to work, man.
Some of us, yeah, man.
We get in where we fit in, man. That's how I go down. I mean, if I'm off, you know, like today, I try and get it in. You know, get it. I'm off, but you know, when you got to work, you know, you gotta handle your business. If you got to,
aren't we too old to be working though, bro? Ain't working overrated?
Yeah, it is, man. Been doing it a long time, believe me.
Been doing it a long time. I've been in the workforce
I'm already seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, man. I'm just hanging on, man.
Yeah, man.
Brother, just hanging on, get these last few years in, and that's it.
I've been in the workforce for 36 years, 37 years. 37 years I've been in the workforce. Yeah, man.
Oh, man. Been working since what, 15? Yeah, something like that. 15 years.
Oh, if you count 15, yeah, I've been working like 38 years, 39 years. Man, geez.
Yeah, long time, man.
Long time, man. Lord have mercy.
Yeah.
Hey, so here's the thing. Let me ask you this, because I got on this. So I got a couple things that I have a couple things in the air, right? I believe Immanuel Quickley is going to become a star this season, right? That's my thing. I'm going out on a limb saying it early. I'm saying it in July. Immanuel Quickley will not only be the most improved Knick, he will be the most improved player in the NBA, right? And I'm also saying this kid, Trevor Keels, is a player. Don't sleep on Trevor Keels. He is a player, right? And people want me to say, hey, the player comp, what kind of player? Because so I can use my imagination to figure out what kind of player he's going to be. At 6'5", 221 or 6'4", 221, at point guard, there aren't many guys like him. Maybe a Drew Holiday, maybe. You know what I'm saying? But he's not as athletic. He's not as matrixy defensively as Drew Holiday. No. But at the same time, I don't know if Drew Holiday is physically as strong as Keels. Even though Drew Holiday is bigger, Drew Holiday, I think, is like what, 6'4", 229, something.
Yeah,
like
they're roughly about the same frame. So for Keels, that's kind of like his template.
Right.
You know, as he's getting his feet wet, that's going to be his template.
Right. Right. I'll pull up Drew dimensions for somebody to Drew Holiday.
I think the key for him, well, obviously he ain't going to get no playing time as a rookie. I mean, for Tibbs, come on now. But if he continues to develop his craft, work on his defensive acumen, no, he like you said, he doesn't have the athleticism and so forth. But if he can work on that and develop his IQ,
right,
he could be something. He could do a little something. Shoot. A solid piece. Obviously he's not going to move the needle, but he could be a solid piece on a championship contending team. Right. And hopefully that's us. That's what I'm hoping.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me see.
He's going to be a project. It's going to take time.
Yeah. So the things I'm seeing is Drew Holiday listed at 205. I saw something where he was listed at a different size than that.
Well, the film that I saw with him, man, he's like a bull, man. When he goes into the hole, it's like, he's a matchup nightmare against your most point guards because he's strong.
Yeah.
And then he has a little height, so when he gets to the hole, he's gonna move people out the way. He can get into the paint, but that's where his lack of athleticism comes into play, where he's going to have to learn to be crafty and work on his footwork, man, so he can have some good footwork. Obviously, if he watching Jalen Brunson in practice, man, that'll help,
Right. So I saw a couple things that say Drew Holiday is like 205. So and I saw one the other day that had him listed at 229. So I'm gonna go with the 205. I didn't think Drew was that big, but
I don't think.
But Malcolm Brogdon is definitely that big.
Yeah.
Malcolm Brogdon is like what 6'5", like
6'5". He's a little taller. Yeah, slightly taller.
Yeah, but the thing with Keels is his scouting report to make it plain is he is a driver to the basket like RJ Barrett, and he's a finisher at the basket like RJ Barrett. Right. But unlike RJ, this kid Trevor Keels will recognize the defense and dish that ball before he drives into traffic. He's not a bull in the china shop down there.
Right.
You feel me? Like if a guy presents himself to be open, Trevor Keels is an unselfish passer, where RJ is a selfish scorer.
Yeah, I would have had to agree with that because remember, him coming from Duke, he played with Montero, he played with Griffin, he played with Williams,
Wendell Moore.
Yeah, so he had a chance. He gave it to them, and they did some good things with it. So he was playing with some talent, a level of talent that when it all intermeshes, it looks good, man. It looks like the boy can ball, man. He got a little game to him.
Right. No doubt. No, my man can ball. And so what I would say his game is more of a floor general.
Right? I think that would be accurate.
Trevor Keels is more of a floor general, right?
Yeah.
At 18 years old, I think he's ahead of the curve in terms of commanding in offense and defense. I think the kid is smart.
Yeah.
Right. But at the same time, there are things in his game that he definitely needs to clean up.
Yeah.
Like body positioning.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah. Well, his upside is there without a doubt. And he's coming into a Knicks situation that's actually, perfect for him because the expectation is low. I mean, ain't nobody, expecting him to come in and he's got to do backup minutes or he's going to start or whatever. No, he's just coming in and he can just be the sponge, man. Just soak up everything, continue to work on his craft and just learn the ropes, man.
Right. Yeah. So Sherwin M says Trevor Keels is 6'3" and a quarter, 224. 6'7.25 wingspan. Keel will have a hard time guarding the NBA shooting guards. He's not a point guard. Okay. We all have different things to say about that. In my view. See, I watched Trevor Keel all year, and I saw him play point guard at Duke. Right. I saw him in a backcourt with Wendell Moore and sometimes with AJ Griffin, and then play off the ball when the Roach kid came off the bench.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yep.
Right. And for my money, I know he's going to struggle against straight line. Like guarding ones and twos in the NBA is not as simple. It's not as simple as who can he guard. Right. It's as simple as how he learns how to guard guys in the NBA. Right. Because big, strong guards are not going to push Trevor Keels around. That's not happening.
No, it's not. And that's why it's important for him to learn to work on his footwork.
Right. That's not happening. Big, strong guards like a Taylor Horton Tucker. A Taylor Horton Tucker is not going to bully a Trevor Keels.
No.
Right?
No.
Nice. What's good, bro?
But that's why I say now say for an example, if Trae Young, he would never be able to bully Trevor Keels.
Right.
In a situation like that. Or vice versa, in terms of a matchup. I mean, he would have a problem with the speed, of course, but in terms of strength, Trevor Keels is he's gonna be a load, man. Trevor Keels, definitely.
Right, and so
up?
where
What's up?
Where Trevor Keels' deficiency on defense is lateral quickness, right? Like in the hips, can he change direction?
Yeah, that's very important. As a matter of fact, Obi is just still working on that, man.
Right.
He's still a working process when it comes to that.
Right. That's where guards can beat Trevor Keels right now. Right?
Yeah.
And in a straight line. They could just go right by him. Like fast guards
can
go right by him. Right. But they do the same thing to RJ Barrett right now.
Yeah.
Fast guards, an explosive guy go right by RJ. Pew.
Don't even say that. Don't even mention that, Freezy. You know people don't want to hear that.
Yeah, but
Well, it's true, man.
But it's true though. It's true.
Hey, I got
it's true.
Yeah. Go ahead, Freezy's on for that.
And so what I'm getting at is Trevor Keels has the potential to be a great defender once he gets with basically what he is moldable clay. Like he presents something to you, like he's got short area quickness, right? He's got short area quickness for a defender. He's got a dedication to defense, right? But right now he doesn't have the agility to defend. Like say for instance, I'm worried if Dame Lillard is in front of him.
Yeah, true.
Right? Oh, this is a bucket right here. If John Morant is in front of Trevor Keels, I'm like, oh, this is a bucket right here.
Yeah.
Right. But here's the thing to that. When Dame Lillard is in front of anybody, that's a bucket right there. When John Morant is in front of anybody, that's a bucket right there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so what I'm saying about Trevor Keels is right now, don't worry about Trevor Keels being an impact player, but he is indeed a player, right? Just get that kid some time, and he's gonna be something special. Is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, that's why I said right now. You know, he's not under any pressure or anything. He just come in and be that sponge. Just learn the game, learn the craft, and develop his own character.
Right. No doubt. And then plus two. Every rookie defender, every great defender from college that comes to the pros has to learn. No guy out of college is coming in the NBA and being a lockdown defender. It just don't happen.
No,
and if it does, it's so rare.
Yeah,
it's so rare that because most guys in college, they know defense and they have instincts. But when you take that defense to the next level, like Patrick Williams ain't locking down LeBron James, bro. It's not happening.
Too heavy for that.
Right. No. It's the same thing happened to Kawhi. The Jeremy Sohans, the Tyree Easons, the Devin Vassals, all the guys that are known to be perimeter wing defenders in college. They need about 40, 60, 80, 100, 150 games in order to get adjusted to the league. Right? And the same thing with Trevor Keels. Give him some time.
Yeah, because for one, the refs call the game differently.
Right.
In the league as opposed to college. Stuff that they have done and got away with in college, they're not going to get away with that in the league. And then two, you're facing a better quality of a player. So, they got more stuff in their bag that you're going to have to contend with. Whereas in college, a guy may have one or two, moves in his bag that that's coming. Whereas in, the NBA, the league, man, here in the league, Joker's got multiple moves in their bag. So you don't know where they're coming from. And you're not always going to get the calls. So that's why you have to continue to, work at your craft. It's a continued work in progress.
Right. And that's the reason why I say Trevor Keels is about a year away. Easy. And he's about a year away, but he is a player. I could see him being on the roster for a long time. Long time meaning 3 or 4 years. Easy. I could see him even potentially getting a second contract with the Knicks if Leon Rose and Tom Thibodeau were still here. I could see them turning him into a Keith Bogans type player. I could see them turning him into a solid backcourt defender with playmaking upside. Because the shot is there, his shot preparation is bad. Sometimes he's that left, right, 1-2 into his jumper, and then sometimes he is left, right, hop into his jumper, depending on how the defense closes out. And so small things like small inconsistencies in your shot preparation and your shot throws your shot off, right? It's not like he's RJ Barrett with a shot where the shot or what RJ Barrett had no touch. So no matter how you break his shot down, you had to work on RJ Barrett's touch, right? Like, stop throwing the ball at the rim, bro.
Oh Lord.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I think the dude has the potential to be a 37, 38 point 3-point shooter in his first couple of seasons. I think the defense could be his calling card. If he gets his spacing right, like knowing how much room to give a guy, knowing angles and all that stuff. I think he could easily at some point go down that path of being a Bruce Bowen type player on defense. I'm not saying Bruce Bowen good, but I'm saying multi-position defender, not the best athletically, but be a guile defender. You feel me? Not a Tony Allen. You know what Tony Allen was an athletic defender. Tony Allen was an elite athlete, and so his defense looked one way, right? But nah, JJ, calm down, man. Y'all, hey, calm down, bro. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying first. Calm down. Just hear me out. I'm talking about the skill set and template. I'm talking about the skill set of a defender. I'm not saying that he's going to be that guy. I'm not calling him Scottie Pippen.
Yeah,
right. Right. Yeah. I'm just saying, be patient with the analysis. What I'm saying is Bruce Bowen and Tony Allen guarded the same people, right? But they guarded people differently using different skill sets. Tony Allen was an elite athlete even after tearing his ACL, right? Right. What I'm saying is Trevor Keels will probably remind you of a James Posey type. Just think that a shrunken down James Posey type defender, right? Where you use guile, positioning, angles, time and score, knowing the clock, forcing them to your help, all that stuff type of defender. Whereas Tony Allen was Darrelle Revis. Just put the guy on the island with a guy and he can lock him down. It didn't matter what time and score or none of that. Right? Right. That's what I'm saying. Andy N says, Keels ain't close to Frank. Defensively? Because offensively, he way better than Frank. Offensively, Keels will take Frank's job right now. Offensively, not only would they cut Frank, they would give Trevor Keels Frank jersey. Wow. Yeah, just wear this one. This dude we just cut this dude. Just put this jersey on, right? Defensively, Frank has some shortcomings also. Things like whatever. This ain't a Frank. Whatever. Trevor Keels defensively at some point is going to be a okay. Just think about if you blew up Kyle Lowry. What if you took the air pump to Kyle Lowry and blew him up? That's what I'm thinking he's going to be defensively. Take a lot of charges, right? Always in the right position. Great positional defender. Excellent team defender. You know what I'm saying? You can't put Keels on the island, but in 3 or 4 years, I think this guy is going to be that guy. right? And so I say all of that about Keels to say this. I think the guy is going to be around for a long time. My only thing about the Keels and Marcus Smart comparison is Marcus Smart is a better athlete than what people give him credit for. But in terms of all the intangible stuff, I can see Trevor Keels going down that road of and I'm saying going down that road. I'm not saying being Marcus Smart. I'm not overhyping this guy. Calm down. The dude is only 18. He's an 18-year-old second-round pick. Right? So I'm saying calm down on me. I'm not putting Trevor Keels in the Hall of Fame. What I'm saying is he has a calling card that can keep him in the league. Yeah, Ray, the James Posey, if you take a 6'8" James Posey and shrink him down to 6'4", this is the guy I think you're getting. A James Posey. A James Posey type defender that's smart, that buys into team and individual. Because to be a defender, you got to buy into it. You got to totally be into being labeled a defender. Right? Sav NYC says a 6'4" Rick Mahorn. No, that's Frank Ntilikina. Frank Ntilikina is a 6'4" Rick Mahorn, bro. With the button all. And shout out to the chat, man. Best chat in the business. What's good, y'all? So what do you guys think about this kid, John Montero?
Don't know too much about him. I heard, from the little video that I did see, very active, can get to the hole. I think he's like 6'2", 185, somewhere along those lines.
Yeah, regular message.
And that's really about it. I haven't done anything in depth on him, so I really don't know much about him. Maybe the chat can help out to highlight some of his, offensive capabilities as well as his defensive capabilities. So I don't have much intel on him. So it's hard for me to give a, I guess you could say a good report on him.
I love Andy, bro. I love Andy, bro. Andy, my guy. He said, "Hey, I'm praising the dude defense and saying that people can beat him in a straight line." Yes, right now, quick guards can beat Trevor Keels off the dribble. I mean, there's no. Let's not say that this dude is Gary Payton, right? Because he ain't Gary Payton, right? But I think once he learns angles and such, because listen, John Morant is gonna go by anybody, right? Dame Lillard is gonna go by anybody.
Trae Young,
yeah, Trae Young is gonna score on anybody, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the dudes. No matter who your defender is, you're not gonna be able to stop certain guys.
Yeah,
right. What I'm saying is, once Trevor Keels learns the NBA defense, like give guys a certain amount of room, or when not to give them room, certain body position and things like that, I think Tibbs is going to coach him up, and before you know it, I think the dude is going to be a pretty good defender. Yo, Fabian Williams, what's good? What's good, y'all? What's good? Wilson Ding is in the building. Bodega says John Montero is petite. Wow. I would say so. Just to wrap up on the Trevor Keels guy, I like Trevor Keels' unselfishness in the half court. I think he's a good passer. He's very unselfish. What I would say though is he's not unselfish to a flaw like Frank. Y'all remember how Frank was so unselfish that it made you vomit? Like, Frank, can you please shoot the end? Can you please take that brown thing, that orange light thing, and shoot it in a basketball rim? Trevor Keels, if you give him his shot, he's gonna take it.
Oh, the only man. I just want to say something real quick about John Montero. Like, based on what the Knicks is doing, I feel like they playing a very smart freezy. They are not all in on college players, like, so that if they're not available, let's just move bypass that and see what's the next best option. Because now you have two additional more things. You have the international, and when I say international, I mean the legit international, like Europe and stuff. And now they made a new international in the United States. If you look at John Montero, yeah, people could say, yeah, he's officially a 6 foot, a 6 foot one. Doesn't matter. This dude, there has been comments, there has been polls that he was supposed to be drafted first round. So for him not to be, yeah, politics could be involved, but at the same time, is a great thing that happened, because we might have landed something. We only gave him 10-day contract. And if he start bowling out like we wish that he does, or he sees that, we might have something special.
Okay. Okay. Special like what? Like, what's he bringing? Like, what is he bringing specific? Like, what transferable skill do you think can be elite at the NBA level?
Well, I'm not going to go that far, but I'll go this far by saying that we are not risking too much. Like, we are not losing nothing. It's a 10-day contract. And if we see something that we could work with and he has the potential of becoming something better, why not? You know what I mean? Like, but like risk wise, we're not paying him $1 million. We're not paying him 2 million or even above that.
Yeah,
we paying him just for 10 days. 10 days.
Nah, hey, nice. That's an exhibit 10.
Yeah, yeah.
That they're not. You're right. They're not paying him much money, but he'll be on the summer league team. More than likely, he'll probably be on the training camp roster, and then they'll move him down to the G League. So it's like, how you get your opportunity to get your foot in the door. That's pretty much the case for him. And that's how those Exhibit 10 contracts work, which is very good, man. That's why I say we got good people in the front office, to bring him in like that. Like you said, no, he's not getting a lot of money. He's just getting like a few G's. He's getting his palm grease, but it's a low risk, high reward possibility.
Yeah, I'll say this: if he balls out, even though is exhibit, and he balls out like exceeding expectation, I won't see why not. I won't see why he can't play for let's say, I won't go as far as saying that as a starter, but to the bench, give him a few minutes here and a few minutes there, and let's see how it actually work out. Of course, that's in a perfect world, of course. But I'm just saying, based on we're not losing much, we're not risking much. If it doesn't work out, most likely either he's going to be way or we just part way from there on out. But we are not losing, because if he was mentioned to be mock draft as a first round, and look at the politics, how everything is being involved. Like, college right now, they don't have competition only international. Now they have a competition with international in the United States. So you have team that's playing international not only in Europe, but now also made in the United States. So now you threaten pretty much the college money. And if we get something special, that opens door for more possibility of other teams to look for players elsewhere. You don't need to be only looking for college, because you got what's his name from Bucks? You got Giannis, you got Luka, and neither one of them two was college. And in their draft class, they looking better than anybody in that college year.
Okay.
Well, then that's important for us to have good scouting too, and I think that's how we came across Jokic.
These players, right?
From European scouting. I mean, that's where that comes from, and that's why he's kind of like
they always been scouting in the NBA.
Hey, I'm just going to throw a monkey wrench right now. And this is something that I saw this morning. It was a video. I'm not going to mention name because I have a lot of respect on every Nick.
Was it about the tampering? I saw something earlier.
No.
I just got on. I don't know what y'all was talking about.
No. Okay. What I'm talking about is that there's a dude out in the league that they have been propelling, saying that, oh, look at Donovan Mitchell number. He has this type of number. Give me 1 sec. All right, so this dude is officially, let's say, some all-star player. Like the only player that is next to him is Jordan, Iverson. He's naming other players and this and that. So I'm getting the feeling like, man, screw that. I want Donovan Mitchell right now. And he ends up his comment by saying, yeah, anybody is tradable in the Knicks except one player. Let me tell you something. If that's the mentality that you have, forget about trading other players. Because if no one is good enough, or if somebody is good enough to not trade for Donovan Mitchell.
Wait, that's what he said?
Yeah. He said that anybody but this player. And to tell the truth, I don't see nobody in our team being as a superb player as Donovan Mitchell. So for somebody to be saying and categorizing a certain player like, yeah, Donovan Mitchell is
listen,
good, but
nice. Everybody's gonna, different people will perceive it differently and have their own different perspective of what he said. So it's
Chaplo, if you comparing Donovan Mitchell, bringing up all his number with Michael Jordan, with Allen Iverson, with all these great players, and nobody else is doing it in the Knicks like that. And you already know that Donovan Mitchell is still not in his peak. But for some odd reason, somebody in the team is good enough to not to trade for Donovan Mitchell. Man, I'm telling you right now, we're not trading for, like, might as well have a mindset that nobody is good enough in our team to, or is good. Everybody in our team is good enough to not to trade for Donovan Mitchell, is good enough to not to trade for Trae Young, or is good enough to trade not to trade for Luka Doncic, because you guys are tripping. These are players that, one, I always look at age range, and two, what are they doing in the NBA league that is causing an impact? And all these names that I mentioned, age-wise, I'm not talking about Kevin Durant that we might get him and
no, we're not gonna get him.
But you see my point, because I'm not saying that Kevin Durant, he's not an exception.
No, but you're saying with Donovan Mitchell, he came in with Frank Nikita, and then what happened to Frank? Remember, I just came on, so I'm listening. Yeah, I didn't know. Okay. Oh,
tell you, man, like, it's getting crazy now. A player in the Knicks, just listen to that. A player in the Knicks is so good enough not to trade for Donovan Mitchell. You must, bro. I need to.
So that means nice. That means RJ. They're gonna want RJ.
But it doesn't matter if it's RJ or Julius Randle or IQ. I'm an IQ fan. I love IQ. But if you,
But I said Randle. Numbers, I said RJ.
No. But listen, Chaplo. Tell me somebody in our team right now that is so good enough for us not to trade for Donovan Mitchell. And I'll wait.
I'll give him Fournier and Randle.
No. That's not my question. My question is, name me somebody in the Knicks right now that is so good enough not to trade for Donovan Mitchell or Luka Doncic or Trae Young.
I'm not thinking about Luka Doncic or Trae Young. I don't want them.
Yeah,
I'd rather compete against them.
Listen, I don't like
Donovan.
Luka. I don't like Luka, but his number.
That's Spider, right? I don't know.
Bro, if
he's playing on a higher level than the players on our team, obviously, right? But I'm not giving RJ up for him.
Well, might as well get used to not having superstar, bro. Because if nobody is good enough to trade for a caliber player like that, might as well have your mindset that.
But I think RJ could be a caliber player just like him.
I don't know, bro.
I'm not talking about IQ. I would give IQ up. I don't know,
bro.
Maybe he could thrive somewhere else.
I do not.
I don't know what the acquisition we got. I want to keep him, but
we talking about somebody that's proven something in the league, somebody that still hasn't even met his peak.
RJ as well. Oh
my God, how many times RJ made it to the All-Star?
Listen, listen. Under the Knicks,
Shoplo, I'm going to hit you up another wrench.
I don't like monkey wrenches.
All right, but you're gonna get used to this one. Sign William. He has 193 all the way up to 230 something $million deal. John Moran, he already have over, if I'm not mistaken, over 200. Garland already has over another contract over 200. Jordan Poole, 2 picks away from actually, or 3 picks, it doesn't even matter how many picks away from actually being a.
This is very great. This is very great. No, I was just saying, listen, that's my perspective. I don't want to give RJ up.
But let me finish.
Very great. Very great.
You got Jordan Poole already got 100 million. So pretty much all these players that was drafted in that draft class,
they're getting the money. They're
getting their money because I'm telling you right now, all those names that I named, I'm pretty sure that team, and I'm a Knicks fan. I'm not even watching their game, but I'm telling you right now, all those names that I already mentioned.
I only watch Knicks games. I don't watch anything else.
But let me say this: all those teams that I mentioned, those are teams that are already sold with what they have. They know they have something special.
Obviously.
So RJ, does he has a contract?
No, RJ is gonna get his money.
Listen,
it's a matter of time.
I don't want to go into that with RJ.
What happens?
Please, you gotta relax. Nice.
Market value dictates what the pay rate's going to be. RJ right now, they're just sitting back in the cut, evaluating, seeing how the market
still marinating. Yeah.
Now,
all right.
So
he's gonna want to stay here.
The thing that the market value. All right, let me just put this out there in connection with RJ and his extension. The market value dictated what RJ is going to get when Garland got paid. When Darius Garland got paid, that's what's going to dictate the market value for RJ.
Because they're the same draft class, right?
Morant was picked before RJ, and also Zion Williamson was picked before RJ. But Darius Garland was picked after. And yes, Darius Garland is an all-star, which upped his value, but it puts into the market of what RJ is going to get. And that's just how the game is played, man. And I'll give you an example of this.
Yeah.
I had a house that I lived in. And, it got to a point in time that my family grew, and I had to get a bigger house. So, talking with your realtor or whatever, what is the value of this house based on, A, B, C, and D? And so,
and the equity after that.
Yeah. So after talking, with your real estate agent or whatever, say, you could possibly get this, or you could possibly get that, depending on the condition of your house, so on and so forth.
Improvement, right?
So, it was a house that was on my block that went for sale. They had done some upgrades, and so the house was like top of the line for the particular block that I live on. And when I saw the price that it went for, I was like, oh, well, my house doesn't have what this house does. What DJ. What my value
wait, let's hear his analogy. It makes sense.
Hear me out. I'm almost done.
Yes.
It dictates the value of my house. So I was able to get double the value of the house that I bought it for. But my house didn't sell at the value of that house was on the block. It was way less. But what it did do was up the value of my house more than, what.
Because of the price range that.
Yeah.
and the upgrades and everything. Where
a real estate agent, so I was able to get double my money. So my point in saying that is the market is going to dictate what RJ is going to get, and so RJ is going to get paid. It's just a matter of time,
bro. Let me tell you this, DJ Cash, and this is the main reason it doesn't. Like, I'm not saying that you don't make sense. I'm just saying that analogy cannot fit the narrative. And this is with no disrespect. I never disrespect nobody in panels. I will never do that.
I try to make it make sense. I don't know. Some way.
Shoplo, let me just say this. The only reason they already gave Garland his money, the only reason they already gave Zion Williams his money, and the only reason John Moran got his money is because now you talking about stars that they still haven't even reached their ceiling. Man, we talking about Zion Williams. Zion Williams, a dude that hasn't even been durable more, bro. In the conversation about RJ and Zion Williams, you know who's durable. Zion Williams is not one of them.
Definitely not.
So let me tell you this.
Because of the hype.
The main reason they got paid is because they are franchise players. Whatever player you actually put, let's say whatever one of those players that you actually put on whatever team, those are players that solidify any conversation to build around that player. You don't.
You know what I was saying? Nice. I don't want to give up RJ for Donovan Mitchell in a trade. That's all I was saying. So Donovan Mitchell might be a franchise player for them, right? Yeah, they probably want to retain him. That's what we was talking about, and I don't even know how we went to. But yeah.
And now, right now, Jazz is in a predicament because it's like rumors is out there saying like Donovan Mitchell wants out, but Jazz wanted to keep him.
Is that because Kevin Durant wants out?
Like no, it's because of the All-Star.
There's a new trend now in the NBA.
No, Shoplo, it's because the All-Star is going to be at Utah this year. And they want people to feel like, oh, Utah is great. Utah is this. Utah is a market. Bro, if they don't have Donovan
But
Mitchell,
didn't Ruby Gobert left Utah?
He already left. Bro, so, if you take away Donovan Mitchell from that team, it's like, yeah, we got the All-Star at Utah Jazz. What does Utah has right now? Oh, we don't have nothing, but it's Utah.
Let me just say this real
White
quick.
Sands. You got an Air Force base over there.
I just want to say this real quick before I get back to the John Montero thing.
I was gonna buy a Montero Jeep. I'm not gonna lie to you. Once. Sorry.
Talk to me, Freezy. I know you did your homework right now.
Yeah, man. The difference between the Knicks and those teams that you just mentioned is Cleveland, a small market team, can't even get close to the risk of losing a potential All-Star.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And New Orleans, a small market team, can't even get close to potentially losing an NBA All-Star.
So in other words, they're not even going to entertain that factor.
They're not even going to run the risk. They're giving these dudes the max off rip.
I like it.
Because they have to show
we got something.
This player, they have to show this player and other players all around the league that they are a stable franchise.
Yeah. Now your take, I'll take it. I understand because, damn, that's a good comeback. Like you see, I love to have conversation like this because it gets you thinking. When you have conversation like this and you make a liable point, and this is to anybody in the panel, like if I'm making any stupid argument, just call it for what it is. But this is in order for we could keep on asking new questions, so it could lead us even to further question that is not being asked. You know. But I like that take, Freezy. Love it.
Yeah, man. Yeah. You can't even run. Yeah. You can't.
Well, I was saying I don't just want to give up RJ for Donovan Mitchell.
No, but I see what Freezy is saying. The thing is, bro, like they just don't know if they lose Garland or the Pelicans lose Zion or the Grizzlies lose John Morant. What else, bro? They need to be praying. Right. To be landing another player like that in their team. because they are not market that is pulling players towards them. Now, once you have a Garland and you have John Moran in Grizzly and you have a Zion William in Pelicans and everything, hopefully everything works out for Zion and he gets healthy. Now is a conversation that superstar or stars, now they looking at those teams intriguing. Like, man, but at least I'm playing right next to John Moran. At least I'm playing right next to Zion William and so off. But that's a great point.
Yeah, and the guys that you mentioned, all of them, your John Morant, Memphis, Tennessee, ain't nobody. That's not a destination. Ain't nobody trying to relocate their family to move. Not no star.
Yeah.
What if Kevin Durant go over there?
Yeah, but he's going there. But he's going over there. Let's say if most likely he's not going to end up in one
Durant
of those
and
teams.
Morant.
Yeah, but most likely he's not going to end up in one of those 3 teams that we mentioned because he wants something special. Like pretty much everything all around is there to actually get a chip. You know, I just don't feel like they have it, but they have a star. They have a Zion William. They have a John Moran. They have a Garland. But nothing else. But if there's another player that could take that hit, you know that you're not going to go to a scrub team that has nothing.
So nice. Listen, nice. I think Durant and Russell Westbrook and Harden, they will probably never get to the finals or get a chip.
I see Kevin Durant getting another chip.
You sure?
He's going back to Golden State, bro. He's going back to Golden State and Kyrie Irving. Bro,
he's going to LeBron, bro, back on his arms.
But you heard this morning post,
like big bro, I'm sorry.
But Choplo, you heard this morning post that it said Sixers and there was another team. Oh yeah, in Dallas, they are not interested. You heard about that thing, DJ? They're not interested in Kyrie.
Listen, I'm not surprised.
Nah, too much drama.
Bro, I'm pretty sure like Brooklyn over there, bro, at their end, they like, yeah, you go get Kyrie, you go get this, you go get that. And they looking at him, not interested.
But then when I was reading the post, they were saying the Knicks is trying to, the Nets is acquiring players that maybe Durant want to come back. But then there was something I was reading that said Durant might go want to play with John Morant and Minnesota's in heavy talk.
Nah, so that's clickbait. That's clickbait, bro. Like somebody in the chat already put it that he might not go to the Golden State, but the team that they actually mentioned, Miami is doable.
You know he's not going back to Golden State. Durant.
You never know because
Draymond got him shook, bro. He ain't going back.
I have 3 teams that I have him going, either the Bucks, either Heat, or Golden State. If he put his ego aside based on whatever happened before he left, I have a feeling like, yeah, why not? Just because the best opportunity that he has to actually get a chip is going to be Golden State. Ain't no question about it.
That means he's a bandwagon rider.
Man, he doesn't care about that. He cares about that shit. That's why I want Dame Lillard to get out of Blazers. Like,
but didn't he sign that contract though? He got a
Man, I don't even know, but it's tough because it doesn't, bro. John Moran and all those players is in the same predicament as Dame Lillard. Like, yeah, you got a star over there, but it's not moving no type of needle where all the players saying like they be acting with LeBron. Well, LeBron is there, so I'm going to take a pay cut and I'll rather go play for them.
Everybody want to go play with LeBron.
Yeah, nobody's going for Dame.
Well, here's the thing too that we have to take into account, like a couple things.
Yes, sir.
Right? How much leverage does the Brooklyn Nets have in a trade negotiation with anybody?
That's in question. I want to know.
Right?
They already gave all their leverage with Harden.
Right? No. I'm not talking about assets.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about leverage.
Well, we stuck with Simmons now, right? Well, I can't say we, because I'm from Brooklyn, but they stuck with Simmons now. So, and everybody want to leave. What leverage do they really have?
Shoplo, but let Freezy finish so that he.
I'm talking to Unc. I'm talking to Unc. Like, what leverage do they really have? They stuck with him.
But you won't let me finish.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah,
sorry,
that's
Unc.
That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is leverage in terms of how they can force a team to give them what they want.
I don't see
they don't have it. They don't have any leverage, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Right? Because every team in the NBA already knows that Kevin Durant wants to be traded.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right? So it's not like Brooklyn can go to the Lakers and be like, yo, nah, man, I can do this all day. Nah, I don't want that. Nah, man, you know, I don't want such and such and such. You know what I'm saying? The Pete teams around the Eddie C, what's good? You know,
salute. God bless you, fellas.
You were saying
salute, fam. Salute.
Yeah. What I'm getting at is like the Nets don't have the leverage to say, well, that offer's not good enough. I'll wait till the All-Star break and get something better.
Yeah.
Or they don't have the leverage to say, well, we'll see how this season plays out. We'll wait till next summer. Right? Kevin Durant wants to be traded right now, and the Nets basically have to do it because they're frustrated with Kevin Durant and Kyrie anyway, and the rest of the league knows this. So the Nets are desperate to trade KD and Kyrie, and if you know the Nets are desperate to trade them, you don't have to offer up your best package.
Yeah.
You can offer a percentage of what you would normally offer. Kevin Durant is worth 7 first-round picks, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because Kevin Durant is a top 20 player of all time.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not old. Sure, he's not 29. But if he were 29, did you really think you could acquire him? No.
I think if the Nets are smart, like you were saying, Freezy, they have to trade him, but they're going to look to see if they can get the most draft capital back as possible, and I think that's the whole key.
Yeah,
more so than personnel at the moment, because the Nets know that after this trade takes place, they're not going to be a contending team, so they're going to have to build for the future. Yeah. So if I was running the show for the Nets, whoever could give me the most draft capital.
No disrespect, Cash. No disrespect, Cash. But listen, when you put anybody on the block, that's what you're looking to get. That's what you're looking to get for any asset.
But KD is, but KD, Freezy, it's not gonna like this team that we already hear that is lining up for KD. So they're not gonna lose money on KD, but they are losing a lot of money on Kyrie because there's no team that is talking about let's trade to get Kyrie.
But I want to ask a question.
Go ahead.
Has these players like LeBron James and Kevin Durant ever been traded for, or have they signed? So to me, that's the big thing.
They dictate their narrative. Sorry, Eddie C. I'm sorry.
That's true. They dictate where they want to go, and they also team up with certain players so they know that they have an instant shot at winning a championship.
Yeah,
that's the difference between trading for these superstar players and them going and signing somewhere of their preference. When you're trading for them, you're giving up assets, you're giving up players, and it lessens the chances of them winning a championship.
I'm with you.
So to me, that's what I think is the biggest hurdle for the. That's why sometimes you heard of the KD and Kyrie going together, to the Lakers and this and that, because then that probably gives them a chance to win. If AD's probably put in that package or something of that nature, I don't know all the details, but to me, that's the biggest hurdle.
That's
them going to a place and getting traded for, because first you're going to lose assets, even if it's draft capital, it's something that's going to better your team. And secondly, you're giving up players. Let's say as Phoenix, you're giving up Mikal Bridges, you're giving up a DeAndre Ayton, and lessens the chances of you winning a championship. So that's the hard part when it comes to
shout out to the chat.
This is what
Salute.
Oh, no. Salute. Salute to the panel. Salute to the chat, y'all.
Salute you.
Well, I think what.
Go ahead, Freezy. What was that? What was that you was gonna say?
No, go ahead. Let him go, bro.
Because it's going to be a lot of moving pieces.
So I want to say this. Like, I agree with Eddie C, but it's not hard to if something happens with KD, because you could get something at least out of KD. The only thing is that with Kyrie right now, everybody know that he's talented, but you know that you bring in baggage with him. Like, if he doesn't bite with a plan that you already have with Kyrie, if he doesn't bite in that narrative, he might not want to deal with that, and he might throw a tantrum in that team as well. So that's what a lot of team is looking at.
No, bro, I think y'all looking at this way too comfortably, right? So here's the thing, right?
Okay.
If the Knicks trade for Kevin Durant, right? Say they
Oh my
give up
God.
their
Sorry, I'm mute.
Killer Freezy.
You don't need that.
No. What I'm saying is this: if the Knicks trade for Kevin Durant, right, and give up their young core, Kevin Durant is a. No, what I'm saying is, if the Knicks trade for Kevin Durant, right, Kevin Durant is immediately the greatest player to ever put on a Knicks jersey. Period. Kevin Durant is better than Clyde Frazier. Kevin Durant is better than Patrick Ewing. Kevin Durant is better than all those guys, right? And so you have to look at it like that, instead of looking at the tabloid stuff like, oh, he's coming off a torn Achilles, oh, he's coming off of a such and such. If you're talking about like the Phoenix situation, if you're talking about, oh my goodness, Phoenix might have to come off Mikal Bridges and DeAndre Ayton for Kevin Durant, really? I would say to you, how many Mikal Bridges equals a Kevin Durant? How many DeAndre Aytons equal a Kevin Durant?
No, but it's not if they're better than them. It's not if they're better than them, Freezy. The thing is adding Kevin Durant to that whole entire team, which makes the big difference. The thing is adding Kevin Durant to Mikal Bridges, to DeAndre Ayton, to Chris Paul, to Devin
Booker. So then what are you giving up to get him?
I'm not giving up. Well, if he would have been on the trading block and he's this awesome player, you know what I'm saying, this and that, somebody would have taken the package already and traded for him.
Freezy,
they're working on it right now.
That KD wants to go to the Raptors, but he wants the Raptors to keep Fred VanVleet, Scotty Barnes, and Pascal Siakam. So what, they're going to trade from OG Anunoby and what? Chris Boucher. Yeah, maybe he might be pound for pound, the weight of KD, bro. But I don't think they're going to fight for that.
Remember Bobby Boucher? That's my dude.
So that just goes to the point of what I'm trying to make here, that he wants to be somewhere where he wants to win. But
that's why third team have to be involved with that, because there has to be some more pieces and draft capital moved. Just two teams alone. The Nets and another team alone is not going to get that done.
But what if the Nets run it back though? What if they run it back and keep them and they all agree? Ooh, what will happen?
I hope they do, and I hope they
with the acquisition they're getting right now.
A bulk base.
You were saying, Andy?
I hope they stick there with all three of them, of Simmons, Kyrie, and KD, and have all these problems all whole year.
Yeah.
And if I'm a GM, I ain't even picking up the phone. I'm letting those guys rot. We got to remember that they were laughing at the whole league that they got two superstars, then they got the third one, and they were laughing at the whole league. We got these guys. Now let them ride it out with those guys.
And they shunned the Knicks. They shunned the Knicks to the 10th degree because they had a shot per se, or the media said that the shot was between the Knicks and Brooklyn, and they chose the other place. So
and then they had Dinwiddie say something, right, Eddie? Dinwiddie was like,
I'm with you in that sense. Let them rot.
Let them.
Yeah. All right, so sure. Freezy.
Yeah, I hear you. So Infamous New King says, was Tracy McGrady the greatest Knick? No, because he didn't do nothing with us. But that's not what we're saying here. When you got McGrady, you knew McGrady was an expiring contract. You knew McGrady was washed. Stop trying to take.
Yeah, he was on his last leg.
He was past
Chop,
his
you
prime.
gotta stop. Chop, you gotta let Freezy talk, bro.
Sorry.
You gotta let
Yeah,
Freezy
that's
talk.
everybody. You got, man. Come on, bro.
Sorry,
So the thing is with cats like McGrady and Iverson in Detroit and Carmelo with the Lakers, is these dudes play for those teams, but these dudes were way past their prime. We got to stop doing that, right? You can't compare a KD in his prime to Allen Iverson with the Detroit Pistons or Allen Iverson with the Memphis Grizzlies. Nobody remembers Allen Iverson with the Memphis Grizzlies, bro. Nobody remembers Tracy McGrady or Jalen Rose with the New York Knicks, bro. Nobody remembers Amari Stoudemire with the Miami Heat. Nobody remember that. Nobody remembers Paul Pierce with the Wizards or the Clippers. You know what I'm saying? This is one of the things that we got to get away from. When we make a Kevin Durant is worth his weight in gold, right? Kevin Durant right now is worth his. Kevin Durant right now might be the best player in the NBA. And you comparing him to Tracy McGrady on broken down knees, robbed the benches and expiring contracts so that we can get LeBron? Come on, Infamous New King. Come on, man. Come on.
Freezy,
Andy,
are we winning
bro?
the chip with him?
T-Mac was good though.
Yeah, Andy. Well, yeah, I thought Andy was going to.
Yo, Freezy, I don't want to, shy away from the topic, bro. But KD is a bum. He a net. We are the New York Knicks, and we should be talking Knicks stuff. So I don't know why we're losing time on KD. But if you want to go, league-wise with this, I think this is a huge problem, and this is a problem that's going to cause a lockout the next time the CBA runs out, because we had Ben Simmons last year. We got all these guys taking extensions and then asking out. And listen, if I'm a GM, if I'm a team owner and stuff like that, that thing are going to bother me.
Yeah,
right.
They're really going to bother me because I'm investing huge money in this, and I can't get I'm giving these guys the keys to the franchise, everything, right?
Yes, sir.
And listen, if you are putting and investing money solely in a superstar, because the Nets have like 3 guys, right?
Yeah.
But other teams are going to invest money. For example, the Wizards this year.
Mm-hmm.
Bradley Beal is going to take the max contract there, and he is saying that he wants to win. What's going to happen, bro, in December?
Yeah.
He's going to ask out. He's going to ask out at the deadline. I bet you.
And he still has to get paid, right?
And
right, Andy?
He's going to get paid full money because nobody's going to buy out a $255 million contract.
Nope.
And he's going to ask for, to get traded. And some team is going to try to trade for him because he wants to trade, get traded, right? So I think that's a bigger problem. And I think the owners ain't going to let this topic slide on the no CBA.
I wouldn't.
It's going to be like, maybe if it's the last year, you can ask for something like that, bro. But if I'm the owners and that side of the story,
yes, sir,
I'm taking away leverage from the players in these kind of situations. If
but
you don't want to play, bro,
the game changed differently now.
Don't pay them the money.
Let me finish.
Yeah, listen, don't pay them the money. Send them home. Ban them from the league for the length of the contract that they signed. Screw them over so that we don't have these kind of situations, because this is screwing over the whole league, not only the team that's in that situation. So I'm
let's put
but
this.
You see how the league is
in,
now, though.
Let's put this in context. Like when LeBron went to Miami, in that moment in time, there wasn't these max extensions and these super max for especially the rookies and so on and so forth. So when they left, they did leave money on the table, but it wasn't the advantage that was given to the owners when they put in that new collective bargaining agreement that you had to sign with. You would get more money if you signed with the team that drafted you, right? So now that goes into phase 2 of the collective bargaining agreement, where now the players are signing back with their teams, which goes back to what you're saying, Andy, is that they're signing with their teams, but once they sign with their teams, they're asking for an out. So now in this new collective bargaining agreement, they have to go to phase 3 and say, yes, you're going to get more money when you get signed by your team that drafted you, but then you can't ask out for a certain amount of years, or I don't know what they would want to do in that instance. You said ban the guys, do this. I don't know if they'll go to those lengths, but they're probably 3 years into the contract if it's a 5-year deal, something of that sort, because that's what they're doing. They're taking the money and running.
Yeah. So Eddie C, the same thing you said. What about the contract with Melo? No trade. That no trade clause with those kind of contracts
is accepted. But Chop, that no trade clause is accepted by both sides, right?
Yeah.
So I can give a player a no trade clause and a trade kicker and stuff like that, and I'm cool with it. If he doesn't want to get traded, I'm putting that, because that's a decision that's being made by the owner, by the GM, by the front office, right?
Yes,
they agreeing that if I'm signing a guy to a max contract extension, I'm paying him for him to play for me. And these guys like, I'm going to cash the checks, but I ain't going to play with this and that guy. Or I want to get traded to this and this team. Bro, if I'm the Nets, I'm sending him if it's CSKA Moscow that gives me more picks, I'm sending him there. I'm screwing him over totally. I'm not, oh, you want to go to Toronto? I'm going to trade you to, oh, you want to go to Miami because it's a little bit warmer? I'm going to trade you there. No, bro. Middle finger out. Bust your chops, bro, and run. I don't give a F about it. This topic, guys, pisses me off so bad that I'm literally furious about this. Because I think these owners get literally no respect. And they investing their money in these franchises and stuff like that, and they get no respect.
But the owners was getting deals all this time. They've been getting over all these years. You know what I'm saying? Now it's in the players' favor.
Well, they be doing tampering now. The owners can't be having dinners with players. I saw Carmelo Anthony coming out with James Dolan.
With Dolan, yeah.
Yeah, but like I said, like now, like all them years, cats was getting short paper. Remember when Jordan was getting like $1 million? You know what I'm saying? Like all he was doing, he was making $1 million. You know what I'm saying? Scottie Pippen wanted to restructure his contract. So that's like whatever with the money. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all making money. If you give LeBron James $1 billion, how much money you think he gonna make that year alone off of LeBron James? You talking about $1 billion for like 10 years. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna make that $3 billion every year for the next 10 years. That's $30 billion compared to the 10 that he gave him. Like, come on, man, they're getting their bread. It ain't even about the bread.
So we all agree and disagree. This is a business.
It's always been a business, but now even more so because now you got the marketing, the television, the radio, everything.
Yeah, Alec Alba, right? Alec,
let me say this real quick.
The capologist,
based on what Andy,
everything.
Based on what Andy and I forgot and Eddie actually put out, man, you guys just raise other question, and I'm telling you right now, it's loopholes, because what you guys saying is loophole that players is getting away with, based on them trying to get the mass contract, and all of a sudden get traded to another team that they actually really want, but at least they didn't miss out on getting more money. But it's loophole that it got to be situated. The only thing that sucks is that, man, it's either going to be the player or somebody's going to get hurt, Andy. At the end of the day, either it's going to be the team or it's going to be the player.
It's business, bro. That's always going to be a winner.
Yeah, but but Smooth. What I'm trying to say that even though certain things is not going to the player way of wanting to do things, regardless, it's like very unprofessional what we seeing through all these players. Because what makes you not believe that Bradley Beal might not pull something out next year? Because
he might.
He already got paid.
That's the thing.
But listen,
the bag.
And how does that relate to the Knicks? You see what you said, nice?
Smooth, right? But Shoplo, that's what we say. That's what Andy and Eddie is saying. That
because these are the guys. Remember, Neon Rose. These are the guys that
Shoplo. It's only a matter of time for us to get a player. We paying him his bag. All of a sudden, he doesn't like what he sees with the Knicks. He already got his bag and say, "I want out." But now he screwed us over, because who knows what it actually took for us for a Donovan Mitchell a trade. We're talking about multiple first round pick, one player or two certain players from the team,
right?
And he wants out because for whatever reason. And now we traded Donovan Mitchell. We trade our pieces, and now we looking on limbo, and we set our franchise back for 4 or 5 more years.
All right, Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says KD isn't the best in the racial broke 1970s NBA. And let's see, I saw something else. But so what did we getting at exactly? What was
because we was talking about Donovan Mitchell initially in the beginning before we went everywhere, right? Donovan Mitchell coming here and being traded or whatever and all I said was I don't want to give up RJ, but we have to give up some of our main assets, which maybe might be RJ, and Nice just broke it down accordingly.
Oh no,
very
no,
good.
And Andy and Eddie
and Andy too, and Eddie, yeah.
Job.
Everybody, the whole panel.
Yeah, listen, guys. Just to make it easier, we had this situation a couple of years back with Porzingis, right? Imagine he got the max extension, and in December after he got paid, he was like, listen, I want to go to Miami. I like the parties, the music a little bit better there.
And it's so funny because Eddie C brought that up.
He's going to be like, best I can do is what? Duncan Robinson and a second rounder. And you're going to be what? You're going to be the bad GM that ain't going to, do what the players want. So other free agents ain't going to sign with you because you don't treat the players right. Yeah. No, bro, send them back to Latvia. Let him play it in whatever, Žalgiris, whatever, for 1.5 million.
Man, and Andy, I'll do you better. Go back to send him to the G League.
I love NBA.
International for that year.
So ultimately, what it comes down to, Andy, the reason why I say that these franchises have to acquiesce to the players and that the franchises have no leverage, what it comes down to is a basic fundamental thing. Just because you own a team does not mean you know how to build a championship contender. That's what it boils down to, right? Yeah, bro.
Yeah, I just want to say that I think it's a little bit because it's not always that you don't know how to run a team and stuff like that. Because at this year, and Josh would agree with me, this is a players-driven league.
Yeah.
Players pick the coaches, they pick the destinations, they pick the tactics. We heard KD and Kyrie say that they don't need a coach. They can run practice.
They even picked the uniforms. They even picked
exactly.
But in all honesty, it's supposed to be that way, though, right?
Are you serious?
No, it's not supposed to be that way.
I didn't know that.
Why not?
I never knew that.
They're not coming to see the owners. They're coming to see the players.
Right.
I never knew
They
this.
set the trends, bro. They set the trends.
If you're going to the circus, you're gonna let the lion eat everyone in the crowd because they want to do it
because the crowd wins.
Why you being extreme, Andy?
I like that.
No, but
I go to Universal Show Circus too, Andy.
But listen, for me, the problem is that the teams don't have the tools. For example, find the players. You don't want to play.
That was outstanding.
Yo, guys, you gotta. When somebody's talking, you gotta put it on mute because it sounds horrible.
Yeah, sorry, sir. Sorry.
Yeah. So, for example, I say that the teams now they don't have the tools to make the players be in line. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying listen, do whatever bad versus them, right? But it can be a situation that a guy like Julius Randle goes and he does that to an assistant or to Tibbs, to his coach, when Tibbs is the guy higher than him. But how is he going to get respected if he's getting like $4.5 million while Julius is getting $30 million a year? Right. And I'm not saying that pay these coaches $50 million. No, that's not the case. But the coach if he doesn't have know how to put Julius, hold him accountable and stuff like that. He needs to have other tools like financial, some kind of fines, whatever, so he can keep these guys in lane and build a team, a franchise. If they don't gonna have this, these tools, we're gonna see the circus in the NBA. Like I said before, bro, it can't be like that. Listen, for example, just a quick analogy. Robert Lewandowski, you probably guys know him, one of the best players in football, right? He's currently under contract with Bayern Monachium, his team, right? He had a dinner with someone from Barcelona, and he wants to go to Barcelona. But the teams can't agree on the deal, right? And Lewandowski said that, I'm going to wait out and stuff like that. But in Germany, the law says that if you ain't working, you ain't going to get paid,
Right. You don't get service time. You don't get service time while you're not at work.
Exactly. If he wants to sit out and call bluff, on his team that they just want to, cross over and get more money for Barcelona, and they don't talk, Robert ain't gonna get the money on the bank account. Right. He has all the money he needs, right? But he's gonna lose a year of playing time, and he's like 34. So that year is gonna cost him more than just the salary.
Right.
And
that's
if they had
work without pay.
That, listen, KD, you don't want to play, bro. Kyrie, you don't want to play. You got some other, flat world, whatever ideas you want to have. Cool, we ain't paying you, but it's not gonna help the team because they're stuck in the salary cap. Yeah. But if they had a tool like, listen, this guy ain't gonna play. We're just gonna, we want to shed his contract in half, and we want to sign a guy in that place, whatever. At least give him that tool. They let him sign 2 times DJ Augustine.
Right. Well, Andy, I understand what you're saying, but I think it's completely unfair to history, right? And this is why. This is my example, right? When Patrick Ewing did the same thing in 1991. Remember, in 1991, Patrick Ewing demanded a trade from the Knicks. He had just signed a contract, right? He was in the second or third year in his contract. He got tired of the New York media. He wanted to be traded. The New York Knicks and San Antonio Spurs agreed on a deal, right? Patrick Ewing to the San Antonio Spurs for David Robinson and $7 million. That was the deal. That was the deal, right? The Spurs were like, the Knicks had already completed paperwork on their side. The Spurs were like, okay, let us talk to David about him going to New York, right? This is a courtesy, right? David Robinson's like, man, I don't want to go to New York. And they were like, but, I mean, I'm sorry, the Knicks and $7 million, I mean, Pat Ewing and $7 million to the Spurs and David Robinson, right? So what happens is basically the players were even at that point in their careers. Both were top 5 centers, one top 3 in the East, one top 3 in the West, right? The $7 million helps the San Antonio Spurs get out of their financial bind because they were a small market team back in the 90s, right? They talked to David Robinson, right? David Robinson doesn't want to go to New York. They come back, they tell the Knicks, hey, listen, I know we agreed to it, but Dave said he don't want to go to New York, right? So then they scrap the deal. The Knicks are mad at the Spurs because they had an agreement in place and they couldn't get their player to come to New York. The Spurs go on to win multiple NBA championships and win multiple championships with David Robinson, right? Patrick Ewing, in the same position as Kevin Durant, demanded a trade right off of a new contract, did the same thing. But nowadays, with so much social media and news coverage, this 24-hour news cycle and all this stuff, the emergence of CNN, ESPN, and all this stuff, now it looks as if this dude, Kevin Durant, did something that's totally new. But this is not a new thing. Players, superstar players the league has always had a disgruntled superstar in some major market that wanted to be moved. Charles Barkley,
and not even a superstar player as well, right? I mean, other players that was the superstars probably one.
How many? And what year was that Ewing?
91.
That was
91.
So he was only 6 years in.
Yeah, and David Robinson was in 4 years in. With 2 years actually, he was 4 years in, but he was 2 years of actual playing time because David Robinson was drafted in '87. He didn't start playing until '89.
That's interesting because he was there for 15 years. I was like, wow.
Yeah, but listen, my point is only this. Again, one player stops the whole machine.
Yeah.
Right.
I got something to say right after Andy.
Right. And so but then right after that, what happened is how both teams made the thing better for Pat Ewing and for David Robinson is the Knicks tore up Pat's contract and gave him more money. And the Spurs gave David Robinson more money, which eventually pissed off Hakeem Olajuwon, right? He was like, man, these dudes are making such and such $1 million, and y'all not paying me peanuts, and I've been in the league longer than both of these dudes. right? And so eventually, Akeem Olajuwon went through the same thing. And you know what the Rockets did with Olajuwon? They gave him more money, and they wound up winning NBA titles with Olajuwon. Right now, I'm not saying Kevin Durant wants more money. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is these franchises worked with their players to resolve the issues, right? Nowadays, when you have so many moving parts involved in the process, like for instance, back then, the agent worked for the players. Right now, these mega agencies have so many great players, right, that the agencies drive the narrative in the NBA, right? Agencies drive this narrative. Now, and I know people are like, no, CAA is not that much of a major player in the NBA. No, Clutch Sports is not that much of a player in the NBA. But yes, they are. You know what I'm saying? And the thing with Kevin Durant wanting to be traded, listen, the whole Brooklyn thing, and I get it. The Brooklyn thing is a mess, but the thing that we don't take into account is this. Even though Steve Nash is the head coach and is a Hall of Fame point guard, right? Steve Nash was a rookie and young head coach when he took that job. So you're asking two bona fide walking. These two dudes are gonna moonwalk into the Hall of Fame before Steve Nash even got there. And then you gave him. Then he had Harden, Kyrie, and Kevin Durant, right? And that team should have swept its way to the NBA championship, but they didn't. And a lot of us watching know that Steve Nash was a guy, and not to mention you have a rookie NBA owner, right? A young NBA owner,
the new guy,
right? And so instead of saying, "Hey, KD and Kyrie, I'm going to listen to you guys. You guys have been, hey, man, listen, Kyrie Irving might have hit the clutchest NBA shot, the clutchest shot in the NBA Finals game that you ever saw in your life, right? The Game 7-3 over Steph Curry is probably one of the most clutch shots you ever saw in your life, but people don't like Kyrie, and the Brooklyn organization doesn't go back Kyrie, right? They just put him out there on the island. No, he crazy. He's eccentric. You know what I'm saying? And then wonder why Kyrie Irving is not loyal to the Brooklyn Nets, right? And there are multiple actors in this play. This play is not just about Kyrie going crazy or Kevin Durant wanting to be traded. It's multiple things going on here. What I'm saying is, if we are going to judge everyone in this, let me read this super chat real quick. So Paris Duggar says, winning isn't worth selling out. KD isn't worth it.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Kevin Durant to the Knicks. I'm not saying Kevin Durant to the Knicks, y'all. Again, listen to what I'm saying. When I said if Kevin Durant had come to the Knicks, he'd be the greatest Knick ever. Listen to what I'm saying. I said if Kevin Durant had come to the Knicks. Come on, man. We gotta. Sometimes I get so frustrated, bro. Like we'll legit listen to what Andy says, and before Andy finishes, we'll cut him off and then twist his words.
Sorry, Andy.
Instead of listening to what he got to say, we'll cut him off and then twist what he got to say instead of paying attention, man. We're gonna be here for a while. We don't have to jump across each other's words and cut each other off and then twist what each other saying and then blame them for not agreeing. That's weird. Go ahead, Andy. My bad. And I want to get back to Be Smooth too, because he was trying to say something and we kept cutting him off too.
Yeah,
sorry, Be Smooth.
Breezy, I'm just in main thing. I just want to say that for me, and it's only my opinion. Maybe you guys can disagree. Whatever. For me, current NBA is leaving too much power solely to the players.
Yeah. Right.
And it's way too much for my taste, at least. And I'm not saying that, listen, they can trade you one time a week, whatever. Then again, listen, you're getting paid millions of dollars. You agreed to be a professional basketball player. You agreed to listen. If you're working for the Army and they say, listen, you're going to Virgin Islands today, you got to go there, right? If you don't, go ahead, bro.
Andy,
with the Army, go to Walmart.
Andy, I literally was about to bring that point. Like, listen, there's any terminology, just think about it. Every organization, you could talk about Walmart, you could talk about Amazon, you could talk about anything, even the army, just like Andy just said, there's always a hierarchy. So everybody that is placed at a certain position, they getting paid for that position for a certain reason. So I'm looking at players like privates or sergeant, nothing more than that. Then you have sergeant major. Then you have lieutenant or captain or even command sergeant or
What
commander.
about the corporal?
That's not my point. Shoplo. The thing is that there's certain things in the organization that has to be respected. If there's a coach, as much as you hate the coach or you don't want to play for a certain coach, as much as you hate the front office or you don't want to play for that front office, there is a hierarchy. You could move the needle, but you are getting paid just to play, nothing more. Your opinion should be worth something, but it shouldn't be worth so that you could end up destroying the organization. Because right now, the Nets is looking like, believe me right now, we should be feeling blessed of not having Kyrie and KD, because
I think everybody should light candles and pray. Nice.
Let me finish.
They come and get those guys.
In the predicament that the Nets are right now,
you gotta let these dudes talk, bro.
Sorry.
Oh, we gonna have to put you backstage, man.
No, sorry. I love what nice.
Chop, we gotta let you gotta let people talk, man. I'm gonna have to put you back here, bro.
He's in timeout.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell. Go ahead, baby. I've been trying to let Chop know that, man.
Sorry, nice. Go ahead, baby.
So listen to this. In the predicament that Nets are right now, they had a time that they had 3 superstars. They had Kyrie, they had KD, and they had all Harden. Ain't nothing but at least semifinals or getting a championship conversation. That's the only conversation that they should have had. And look how far they went just because they backpedal on the coach, they backpedal on the front office. No, because this is what KD, this is what Harden, this is Kyrie, what they actually want. So we got to give them that and ignore what the front office want, what the coach want. And remember one thing, these are things that these coach and front office is getting paid for. So you cannot backpedal and destroy a franchise like they did.
And I just want to point out that between all 3 of them, on the surface, right? Because I don't know internally, on the surface, the one that has less bearing on this is Kyrie, right? Because besides the point of the pandemic and vaccination, where he has a right to choose not to be vaccinated, and the laws in New York dictated that he couldn't play because there were other organizations that if you weren't vaccinated, you could still play. He wasn't playing, and that was the reason why he wasn't playing. Harden did ask out. Kyrie's situation is totally different because he's asking for he's under contract and he's asking for an extension. And the Brooklyn Nets as an organization don't want to pay him the max money, the 5 years, whatever amount he wants. So he has the right as a player to say, okay, I'm going to take the 1 year that's left and then go to unrestricted free agency and see how much money I can get in the open market. And then the third thing is KD, knowing that Kyrie's not going to be back next year. He's trying to get out of Dodge early.
Right.
So in all of this, Kyrie is like the one that's like, I've never been this loyal. You know what I'm saying? You just don't want to pay me, so I gotta look out for my own benefit and see how much money I could get on the open market. You know what I mean?
Andy, let me do something real quick. Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says, we know how you feel, Freezy. It's not for us. It's not for. I'm not saying Kyrie. I'm not saying KD is for us, bro. That's not what I'm saying. I never said the Knicks have to go get Kevin Durant. I never said that, and I never actually on this live stream. I never said the Knicks. I prefer KD, right? I said if the Knicks go get KD, he would be the greatest Knick of all time. That's what I said. I didn't say that. You know what I'm saying? Y'all better agree with me. That's not what I said. Hey, go ahead, Andy. My bad.
Freezy though, bro. You also said on this show that Keels is going to be a great defender, but players going to go through him and pass him. So and that's not what I want to say, but just to bring up to you.
Right now, okay. So with Keels though, with the Keels thing is I mentioned that Keels is not ready, right? And I said that guys can go by him in his strike, like his weakness is defensively, that fast guys can go in a straight line by him, right? But potentially he can be a good defender. Right. That's all I'm saying. Maybe I worded that funny. Maybe I said it funny or right. But my thing is with Keels is I think he's gonna be whatever. It doesn't matter.
Nah, when it comes to kills, you're right, bro. It's just harder for him to deal with quicker defenders. It's kind of like RJ. RJ, you see when he plays against the Kawhi Leonard, he holds his own against Kawhi Leonard because Kawhi Leonard is gonna beat you with strength and skill, and RJ Barrett could hold his own on that sense.
Right.
But if he plays against a quicker 3-and-D guy who's just gonna stand there, shoot, relocate, it's tougher for him because he's not using his strength. So
Miles Bridges goes right by RJ every time.
Keels is gonna stand his own when he plays against those tough big guys, those Michael Brogdons, those Drew Holidays, those Marcus Smarts. But if you're gonna go put Steph Curry on him, Steph Curry goes circles around everybody. He's gonna look really bad.
John Morant. John Morant, yes. Can we say the same thing about Fournier? That everybody faster than him can go past him?
I think Fournier is just Fournier is more, and I don't even want to say IQ because he's not a dumb player.
Mm-hmm.
But when I look at him, it just doesn't do it.
He suppressed his time. He suppressed his time in this new league.
Yeah, but he's getting better. Like I can't deny that. Like seeing him how he started with the Knicks, it was horrific. At least we got somebody that at least is trying. He doesn't see nothing positive with the Knicks, but it's like, man, at least I'm trying. But I'm just gonna say this, guys, feel grateful, feel so grateful, because I'm telling you right now, the Nets is the Nets is in so bad predicament that, believe me, if it was the Knicks, we would have been the laughing stock. People would have recognized us. The news would have gone crazy, bananas. The only reason that they do not play in an ESPN and NBA TV, I'm telling you right now, like,
and ABC Channel 7.
Listen,
ABC.
all the media. The only reason they not doing it is because it's not the Knicks. Remember that.
No, I don't know, bro. The Nets are not in as bad shape as what you think, man.
Hey, Freezy, if it was the Knicks, I'm just saying, if it was the Knicks,
it would have been a whole
I could already hear
different element with the media.
Hey, is Choplo still talking over people?
Oh, sorry.
So I could already hear Stephen A. Smith going banana, and he doesn't want to speak about nothing but the Knicks. Oh, it's a laughing franchise. This and that. Dolan needs to sell the team. This and that. I could already hear it. Like, let's stop it. Like, no other team gets the amount of attention like the Knicks does. And this is the most grateful thing that right now I'm seeing the Knicks fan is splitting. I'm seeing a lot of optimistic Knicks fan, and I'm still seeing the pessimistic still there. But I'm more relying on the optimistic. Like, hey guys, let's keep that rolling. And I'm telling you, we gonna wave whoever is pessimistic, because whatever is happening right now, hey, we gotta feel lucky. It's not us.
So Chop. Think about this. Rudy Gobert just went for 4 first-round picks.
Yeah, I remember the trade the other day we was talking about it.
Yeah. Rudy Gobert just went for 4 first-round picks, man. What do you think Kevin Durant's gonna go for?
I don't want to say
7, 8.
Somebody said Morant and Durant earlier to me. I was like, wow, it might happen because just the person he is. But Andy had to say something. Go ahead, Andy.
No, Chop. I asked you, but I'm asking you.
I just told you.
No. You said
it might be Morant and Durant.
You said Morant
because he's such a person like that. So I don't know. They're gonna give up everything. You already know me. I don't follow anybody else. I only watch the Knicks. So I'm getting all my information. I'm learning when I listen to you guys talk. So I can't even comment or speculate. I'm just here to be,
So you can't comment.
Disruptor.
Okay. All right.
So we talking about the Knicks. I'm not talking about nobody else. And and listen, I'm glad the Nets is they in disarray.
CJ, what does Kevin Durant go for?
Yeah, probably like six, 7 first round picks, a couple players. I mean,
for instance, Sam Presti and Kevin Durant want to heal some old wounds, and Kevin Durant might want to go back to the place that drafted him. What is OKC giving up?
Yeah, they're gonna give up a few unprotected, and then a few of those young guys they just drafted this year.
Are they gonna give up more than Minnesota gave up for Rudy Gobert?
Yeah. I mean, he's a better player, of course. It should. And then the Nets are gonna ask for that too. They're gonna ask for a bigger package. They're gonna say, look what Utah just got. We got a better player over here in Brooklyn, so we're gonna need, if not close to that, something more. I mean, they're asking for an all-star player. And I don't know how that's gonna work out, because then KD wants to play. He wants to play with the great guys that the team already has. So I think that's why the Nets and the other teams are kind of at a standstill. I just feel like they should just stay patient with it. Knowing what Brooklyn can get in a return, would you consider the Brooklyn Nets to be in a bad situation? Not at all. I mean,
that's what I was getting at, because if you can get, say, 5 first-round picks for Kevin Durant and 2 first-round picks for Kyrie Irving, that's 7 first-round picks, right?
Yeah.
Right. So you could get 7 first-round picks and a haul of young players for Kevin Durant and Kyrie. Right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So they
got the leverage.
They actually in a better position than they were. That's the bottom line. Because when they get rid of them 2 and they get all those players, they basically rebuild it on the fly. You know what I mean? And they're gonna have star players to put in their lineup as well as the surrounding cast for everything. And they're gonna have a future. So you lose these 2 dudes that are disrupting and ruin your franchise to rebuild right and get right back into it. They straight. They really straight. You know what I'm saying? It looks crazy right now, but they really straight. You right, Freezy.
Right. It's like you know how you wreck your old car, and then when you mad at
insurance
first,
money.
Yeah, you get that insurance money, and then you go get you a new whip. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that's your excuse to do it the way you wanted to do it in the first place.
Justified. Yeah.
I think Eddie C wanted to jump back in. Let me read this super chat real quick though. Paris Douglas says, KD want to do something impressive. Go home to OKC. Hey man. You know. So Eddie C, what you got, bro?
I mean, in that sense, you might be right, but I don't know if anybody's like the teams that have the most draft capital in the NBA, right? Are OKC, your Houston Rockets, Memphis Grizzlies, the New York Knicks, and some other team. You know what I'm saying?
Jazz too,
so,
okay.
Those teams don't really look appealing to win a championship next year if they trade for Kevin Durant.
Right.
Besides the Memphis Grizzlies.
Okay.
You know, kind of like what Chaplo's saying. I think he was trying to say pairing up Kevin Durant and Ja Morant. Probably trading JJJ, draft picks, Bane, whatever. All those guys that they've upped their value, might be enticing to the Brooklyn Nets, and putting those 2 together. I mean, I love Kevin Durant's game, bro, but at this age of his career, and he might have 2 more all-star years, I ain't giving up nothing for him, bro. I ain't giving up Jack, man. Like, this league is built on young players.
Eddie C, let me ask you so that we can read your comment, so that we can understand your comment in context, right? So you said you wouldn't do it, but what type of franchise are you? Like, what type of franchise are you? Are you a big market team, a small market team? Are you trying to make the playoffs? Are you in rebuilding mode? Say for instance, you're the Washington Wizards. Are you telling me that you would not give up anything for Kevin Durant?
Can we say, for instance, since we're in the Knicks channel, can we say, for instance, if
I know we on the Knicks channel, bro.
So can we say, for instance, like if I'm the New York Knicks,
yeah.
instead of taking any team, if I'm the New York Knicks, the one thing that I can say right now and that everybody has to be glad with, people might be upset because we don't make the big blockbuster deals, or might be upset because we gave up the draft pick. But everybody who is on this team right now wants to be on this team. And this even includes Julius Randle.
Okay.
There's some, you can speculate, there can be some utterings of Julius Randle wants out. It's not enough for me to think. And even he's come out and says, I don't want to leave. Because he came out, and when he came out in the interview when all that stuff was going on to Berman, it says, who are these guys you talking to? Because they were saying that he was going to get traded. So
Okay.
they want to be on this team. You know what I'm saying? The other side, which is the Brooklyn Nets, those guys don't want to be on their team. So in my circumstance, if I'm the New York Knicks, why am I going to break up the camaraderie that I have with my young fellas, with the guys that I just bring in, with the guys that I've just re-signed that have given money to, even though the fan base are not the biggest fans of them? They're their fans. They're the organization's fans. To bring in somebody that might be a cancer to the organization, which is the
so
reason
is that
why.
is that a rhetorical question, or you want us to answer?
So I'm still going, because that's some of the reasons why there's a lot of people that like Kelly Oubre, for instance, right? 3-and-D wing, length, this and that. Does the attitude fit? You know what I'm saying? And that's where the New York Knicks, at this point in time, to me, is different than a lot of organizations, because there's a lot of people that could have been crazy for Miles Bridges before he had the altercation that he had last time. But what type of person are you bringing into the organization? So in that instance, as a New York Knicks fan, I wouldn't do it. As a Washington Wizards fan, let's go where you want to go. As a Washington Wizards fan, do they have enough if they want to keep Bradley Beal?
Yes.
All right, name me just two, so I can convince me with just two players.
Okay. Well, let me do this first. Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says OKC can give 12 draft picks. KD could win with OKC. I would say this first with the Knicks, and I'm just saying this to the chat in general. With the Knicks, when you make a Kevin Durant move, you got to remember it's not about always what the players want. We have to remember too that ownership is involved, right? As soon as you move Cam Reddish, RJ Barrett, Julius Randle, and whoever, and 5 first-round picks, and bringing Kevin Durant, automatically the value of your franchise skyrockets, right? Your overall value of your franchise skyrockets when you bring in a star. And that's the reason why these teams want stars on their roster. It's not just about how many championships you can win, because that's not the only way that you make money, right? Your market value skyrockets. And you know how I know this? Because the Nets were the 22nd ranked NBA franchise. They moved to Brooklyn, build the Barclays Center, bring in Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving, and now they're 4th. Right? That's not a coincidence. Right? That's not a coincidence. Black and white uniforms don't raise your market value. Right? That means Joey Tsai, the owner of the Brooklyn Nets, and whoever the investors are making more money now with Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving on their roster as they were when they had D'Angelo Russell and Spencer Dinwiddie. That's a fact. That's just what it is. Forbes come out with the list every year. You can check it. You can just check it from year to year. Now, if you're the Washington Wizards, the thing you need to realize too is how long are you going to be in this Midland? Like for instance, nice. What division does the Washington Wizards play in?
Is it an R division? East?
Atlantic division.
Southeast.
No, they're not in Atlantic.
They're in the Southeast.
Right. They are the Washington Wizards are so irrelevant. You don't even know what division they play in. But if you go get Kevin Durant, all of a sudden the Washington Wizards are relevant. They're in the Southeast Division with Charlotte, Miami, Atlanta, and Orlando.
Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm. And so what I'm getting at is I can't weigh my decision to trade for Kevin Durant on what Denny Avdija wants. Right? I can't say, hey, Rui Hachimura said he don't want Kevin Durant. Nah. You know what I'm saying? You bring in Kevin Durant, all of a sudden your franchise gains more value. All of a sudden you get more nationally televised games because the TV, the televised games follows the stars. And if you don't believe me, just think about how many nationally televised Detroit Pistons games you see. How many nationally televised games? How many?
Oh, but like recently, you're talking about recently.
Hey, Freezy, I got a question for you. Whose team is it now on the Knicks? Whose team? Who's the
Cash,
man?
Cash, I don't answer questions like that, bro. Because listen, because the thing is I'll be like, Cash, if you got a point, just get to it. I don't mean that in a disrespectful way, but if you got something, bro, just come with it. Spit your fire.
Right now, it's Jalen Brunson's team.
Okay,
it's Jalen Brunson's team. He's the man, and everybody else has got to fall in line.
Okay,
I want to know what the panel in the chat's thoughts on that.
DJ, I like the way you think, and I'm with you, but based on the Knicks fan pulling for a certain player, I'd rather not even bring that type of mentality to the Knicks. Like I'd rather it being it's up in the air, anybody is up to it, but I wish the best of luck to any player that plays for the Knicks. I don't wish no type of detrimental on RJ. I don't wish no detrimental on Julius. I don't, not even in Jalen Brunson or Immanuel Quickley or Obi and so on. The only thing I care is that hopefully they all get better. Because all this shenanigan going around that Obi fan wish detrimental on Julius Randle and RJ fans wish detrimental on Julius Randle. We got to stop that. We ain't moving no needle if we continue to have that mindset.
No, it's important to have a leader or someone that helps develop the identity of the team in terms of a player being on the team. I know we've said before in past discussions, that one time it was Randall, now it looks like it's RJ, but now since the Jalen Brunson signing, to me, it looks
Cash,
to be Jalen Brunson.
Can we let him just play one game first before we give him, can he earn it before we let him say that he's the leader of the team?
And I see your point, DJ Cash. Regardless, I see where you're getting at. And
we understand that.
Yeah, like
I'm Knicks fans. The fans. I just.
But even on DJ Cash, our point, we needed a point guard, and we cannot deny that. Like.
Right.
It could be possible that it works out. It could be possible it doesn't work out. The opportunity of him playing is more wonder just because I know that we got somebody that is solidified as a point guard. It's not EP. All right. So everybody
can't you also say like the point guard is always the leader of the team?
Sir.
Doesn't matter who he is. Kind of like the quarterback.
The conductor, the orchestrator.
Doesn't matter if it's whoever it is.
Yeah,
so, in that sense, he has to be the leader of the team because he's the one that's going to be putting the players in positions on the offense when Tom Thibodeau says what he has to do. But, as that moniker, as the leader of the team, I would just, like him to earn that. Like if midway through the season, if we see that he's the one that's basically taking the last shots and doing the nitty gritty, then we good. You know what I'm saying? But until then, I want to see him at least put the jersey on first.
Eddie, see, you do it because you said he has to earn that respect. He can't just be given the rings because he has to command the respect from the other players for him to be the orchestrator and put their trust in him. Let me run the show, right?
Shoplo, it doesn't go only to him. It goes to everybody in the Knicks.
Yeah, but Randall, listen, Randall doesn't have to be the point forward no more.
No. I understand. Okay. But regardless, right now, with what we see with the Knicks, hopefully they turn it around with what happened this season, and we see positive things. Mm-hmm. And I'll leave it at that because I'm not gonna put nobody in our team in the pedestal. I'm not seeing nothing special as of yet.
But we're gonna hold them accountable.
CJ?
No, I was just saying if the team's gonna have success, it's gonna come. It's probably the leader is probably gonna have to be Brunson, and then you would hope later on as RJ continues to develop, he gets older because he is the homegrown guy, the guy that we drafted, the guy hopefully the Knicks give the extension to down the road, then he becomes the guy. But I agree with DJ. I think he's the point guard. I mean, by nature, that we needed a point guard. We got D Rose a couple years ago. He was that guy that came in and kind of took us over the hump to go to the playoffs. So,
hey, CJ, let's parse that. Let's parse that point that you just made. But let me read this super chat by Paris Duggar real quick. So, Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says KD losing on the depleted Knicks would be a circus, and you know what? And I think I agree with that. But I think I like the point that you made, right? But I think it's a complicated. I think it's a complex point, right? Because I think leadership doesn't mean that you're in charge of everything, right? Leadership means that you take on certain duties, but then you know how to enable others to take care of other duties. Like you know how to disperse responsibilities for other people to do stuff, right? Like, for instance, to say Jalen Brunson is the leader of the team to me is a mistake, right? And here's why, CJ. Not to disparage your point, but I don't want Brunson to be the leader of our defense because he's awful, right? On the defensive side of the floor, I don't want him making calls. I don't want him taking the best offensive player. I don't want him doing any of that stuff. My preference would be to hide him. Right now, if we're talking about floor generalship, and in terms of what's happening on offense, I encourage that, and I also encourage leadership in the locker room, things away from the floor, being like teaching young kids how to be a professional, and not just talking to them about it, but modeling it, like being a professional every day, so that these kids have somebody to look up to that's not much older than themselves, right? Because RJ just turned 22 in June, right? So you would expect a cat like Jalen Brunson to model leadership, show leadership, teach leadership, right? In a relatable way, because the kids, we have 8 kids, 24 years old or younger, and they have a young leader in them that they can listen to, right? So the leadership thing, I understand where people are coming from, but I think we can't just make all-encompassing statements about certain guys in terms of them taking over when they get here, because we don't know what goes on away from the floor. Like if you've been to, like I've been to Knicks games recently, and I've seen Julius Randle talking to and encouraging young players during a game. Now, what happens on the bus and at the hotel and a practice facility and all these places, I don't see that stuff, so I can't speak to it, right? But in terms of the things that I've seen with my own eyes, I've seen him pull Obi Toppin to the side and pat him on the butt, like, come on, hang in there, young fella. The little small stuff, right? Now, do we bring in Brunson to be that guy? I think that is one of the most important parts of the package, because if that part of the package was not there, I'd have been against the Jalen Brunson signing altogether, because you can get a scorer from anywhere.
So based on that, let me just say this real quick.
Overall, but go ahead.
Yeah, let me say this real quick. Who's the leader in Atlanta?
I don't know. I'm not in Atlanta.
Most likely is Trae Young, and we all know it. Who's the leader in Golden State?
I would say the leader in Atlanta, from what I've seen. I've seen the Knicks play Atlanta a couple times. I'm telling you, the leader on the floor when I saw it was Clint Capella and not Trae Young. Clint Capella was going to guys, slapping them on the butt, getting them in the thing. Hey, no. Directing.
Oh, you mean like the glue?
Go back. No. I mean leadership. Like, leadership is not who scores the most points.
Right. Yeah, that's what I feel like.
Exactly.
Like the team captain. Like,
there are so many things that encompass being a leadership. It's not always the one that stands out. Like you mentioned, Golden State. You know,
Draymond.
I would say
obviously is the
Draymond.
most vocal
Yeah.
person there, but who is their leader? It's Steph Curry.
Yeah. No. But now,
And
now
so my point
I
is saying that
I
in regards
would say Draymond.
to
But DJ,
Jalen Brunson is the overall everything, not just on offense, but overall. I mean, Freezy, to your point, you mentioned a few things as regards to Julius, but you can't do that and then turn around and do some of the other antics he's done as a leader. As a leader, you even when you feel like even if you feel like putting your thumbs down or you know you feel bad about a certain situation, as a leader, you always got to keep the face up. You always got to be
you don't,
positive.
Cash.
Wait, no.
Cash, listen, man.
You gotta be positive
Cash.
because you got people watching you, man.
No, you don't,
You can't
bro.
throw a tantrum and put your finger down and tell.
That's a dynasty. Golden State is a dynasty of those players. The Knicks will never probably have a dynasty. I don't know.
No, go ahead. I want to hear Freezy point, man. Talk to me, man. Talk to me.
Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, listen, guys. On this topic, I think that there are plenty of type of leadership, and plenty of ways you can lead, and those things we could elaborate for like 5 shows in a row. Because you can be a scoring leader, rebounding leader, defense leader, offense leader. You can be a leader off the floor, mental, motivational leader. There's so many things, and you can literally every guy on the team can be a leader in a certain way.
Yeah, I like that.
So this is a too big of a question just to ask who's the leader of the team. Like you said, it's like best example of the Golden State Warriors. Steph is going to be your leader in the points category, right?
Yeah.
But if you want to go outside, whatever, somebody's in a chippy situation, Draymond's going to be the leader there. Steph is going to be hiding way back in the back, right? So he ain't going to be that gung ho in the front. So that's why you have plenty of type of leadership and plenty of ways that you're going to lead and that you can lead. So this is a huge topic that's
why I said you can't have just one. That's why I said you just can't point out the one guy and say Jalen Brunson is going to be the leader of everything day one.
Yeah.
Now you can't. That's why CJ, that was a great question and response that you made. And I wasn't picking on what you said. I think what happens is when somebody says something in the chat and it's dope, sometimes we don't get a chance to elaborate on the dopeness of the statement or the question because people will jump in and say something else. So what I'm saying is what you mentioned was dope, right? About what his role is going to be, because we all, like, anybody in here own their own business? Like I own my own stuff, right? I own some of my own stuff, right? But I can't be present all the time.
Yeah.
Right? So in my absence, other people fill in leadership roles, right? Now, do they report to me directly, right? If something happened? Yeah. But if Jimmy take an 18-minute break instead of a 15-minute break, I don't care about that. Don't be calling me on my house phone for nothing like that, man. You in that role, you handle that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Or such and such is such and such called out of work, but you got somebody there to do his job. Don't be calling me for that. You know what I'm saying? Or such and such didn't cut the grass at such and such place. Don't be calling me for that. Go do it. Right? But when it comes to other stuff, like when it comes to other stuff, things that matter, then we start talking about that stuff. Everybody has a leadership role on this team. It's the reason why it's important to have Taj Gibson here.
Yeah. And
it's important to have Derrick Rose here. Because in my opinion, when guys get down, I think Derrick Rose is a great leader, right?
Yeah.
But if like for instance, I think the go-to between Tom Thibodeau and a player is not Derrick Rose no more. To me, it's Immanuel Quickley. I've seen it. Tibbs gets on a guy. Immanuel Quickley will walk in between them and take the guy and be like, "Hey, big dog, all Tibbs is saying is such and such and such and such." You know what I'm saying? We call the defense, but if that player is hot, you don't leave him open in the corner. That's ridiculous.
Love it.
That's what Quickley does. So Quickley even is stepping up in certain roles and things of that sort. But just to say Jalen Brunson is going to be that guy for everything to me is not fair.
No.
Yeah, I just meant more. Yeah, you're right. Exactly. There's definitely more roles. Everybody got different type of leadership roles. That's a fact. I was looking at it towards more the offense.
Yeah.
Floor general. Yeah.
And CJ, but even Andy made a great point, because the thing is that you could go on many different paths to distinguish what are you looking at as a leader. Yeah. And I'm with you, CJ, because I was thinking about the franchise player and offensive player. When you talk about offensive and franchise player, we talking about Trae Young being that type of leader for Atlanta, and Stephen Curry being that type of leader for Golden State. But now, when you talking about vocal, this is what we need to understand. They are not the leader for that point. Not vocal, not the defense type of leader. They're not that type of leader. But I see the point. I see the point that everybody's making, and it's great points.
Yeah, because Derrick Rose is not
those
a
are good
leader.
points, and I just wanted to elaborate on that just to get everybody's feel on that, because it's and I agree. You're right. I mean, it's not just one person, but it encourages everybody to step up and to be a leader and to fulfill and again, fulfill a role. So we'll see how that plays out with the team. Hopefully, it'll be a situation where iron sharpens iron and make everybody better. I hope that be the case for going into the season. So we'll see.
Facts.
Hey, the question is, because we talking about the Knicks and we the Knicks fans, who do we actually see in our roster being that defensive type of player that wants to talk to player and put everybody in their spot? Do you think Jericho Sims is the one?
No,
I got
Yo, why you joking? He's mad quiet. He's mad quiet.
I was just trolling. I was trolling.
Learned that from DeAndre Jordan when he was with the team briefly. As far as calling out, where to be or whatever, because when you think about it on the back end, it's Mitchell Robinson, the one that's got to protect the rim. He's the rim protector.
Yeah, but he's not a vocal player.
So from his
no, he be talking though. I be seeing him. He be talking.
He be talking.
He be talking as he started playing more in the league. I be seeing he be talking.
Shoplo, but based on what Freezy said early, I see what we miss. We missing a type of play that is like a Rasheed Wallace, like everybody respect, and nobody is trying to give you if or buts. If he tells you to do something, just do it, because you know that when.
So we talking about the center position.
No, we talking about a player that ain't gonna take no type of crap from another player.
Like a Garnett player, he's gonna get you. He's gonna talk.
That alpha guy that has the charisma.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
If a lot of people want to be saying like me switching up real quick, you saw what Al Horford did to Giannis when Giannis dunked on him and he gave him that eye, like yeah, you ain't nothing. And that dude, he just looked at him like, okay, he ain't said nothing. That's what we actually need. Like, either you gonna be vocal or you gonna prove something on the floor. If we don't have that type of leader that could do either or, we don't have for the time.
Well, I think the re-signing of Mitchell Robinson said maybe, listen, he can probably do more and be more vocal and do that on the floor.
Shoplo is not taking nothing away from Mitchell Robinson. Mitchell Robinson is great what he's doing, and we need it. Like to me, like I like having Mitchell Robinson, but Mitchell Robinson, I do not envision him. Or what's his name? Or Sims, Jericho Sims.
I do we can't compare them two guys.
No, but that's not my point, Choplo. You do not see these players like those type of vocal, like somebody that whenever he tells his teammate, just do this, do that. This is where we screwing up.
I be seeing Mitch talking with these guys, bro.
He telling jokes. He telling jokes though, Chop.
I would hope Mitch.
I know you.
I hope he becomes that type of guy, that vocal guy, the nice that you're talking about. Because on defense, communication is so key. And he sees everything. Everything's in front of him. So if he has that ability to be more vocal and, like Eddie said, less jokes and more, call outs and things like that, rotations, getting guys in the right spots. Yeah. If he could start doing that, I hope he can start doing that now. He's got this, he's got some security financially now. Now it's time to, step it up a little bit. And
but you saw the repertoire with him and IQ and RJ, right? As they developed the chemistry together playing. You saw that.
CJ, to your point, and Shoplo as well. Based on who knows, we might see something different with Mitchell Robinson this season. He got paid. He might not be sitting on the sideline like one of those players like I'm just a role player. Now he might have that type of authority, type of vocal point, like people is going to respect, because sometimes you have players that doesn't respect you just because you're getting paid less than them. So it's like you always know that there's a discrepancy there. But who knows? Maybe we might see something different with Mitchell Robinson, and if we do, I just hope it's for the best.
Yo, nice. In my perspective, and I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm not gonna lie to none of y'all, but in my mind, listen, despite Julius Randle's discrepancies last season, right? I think these young boys, I think they got something going on where they trying to stick together. Like this is a whole team effort. I'm talking about Mitchell Robinson, RJ, you know what I'm saying? Even IQ. I think these young boys got something going on right now, right?
Yeah.
That's what I feel, right? And listen,
but we need somebody vocal.
I believe in that
in the starting roster, bro. Like it's not because I see Immanuel Quickley, but he ain't gonna move no type of needle speaking to Julius Randle. It's so
we ain't talking about him. I'm just saying, like I think,
but not yet though.
Playing
not
accordingly as a team.
Yeah.
As a team. Yeah. When the last time you see the Knicks playing as a team, I think these guys have the camaraderie to play together as a team. Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Man, I love everybody. Everybody got me thinking differently. I love it.
Right. No doubt. Hey, B Smooth, you still there?
I'm in here.
Okay. Man, we trying to pass the mic, bro. Pass the mic around.
Go ahead, man. Do your thing, man. I'm chilling.
Oh, okay. What I was gonna.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm good, man. Go ahead.
Okay.
This rock. Yeah.
So what I was gonna mention is to you guys is this. I don't think this young core is as far away as what people think. Some of these guys just needed some seasoning and to kind of, rookie season, get some of the jitters out of the way and learn how the NBA operates, because their basketball skill is undeniable. We know they can play, right? We know they can play. But now what we need to do is put these guys in position to win, right? And so I said last night on the Knicks at Night podcast that I think Immanuel Quickley is going to be the Knicks breakout player. And I'm saying it here first. I'm going to say it here in front of Andy and Knicks Boulevard, because I don't think they heard it. But I think not only is Immanuel Quickley going to be the Knicks most improved player, I think he's going to be the NBA's most improved player. All right, and here's why. Here's why, right? You never saw the best of our players offensively and defensively for the past 2 to 3 seasons because they never played with the point guard that had gravity on the floor, right? They hadn't played, like, you don't know what Obi Toppin can do because he hadn't played with a point guard that had gravity, right? It's the same thing with RJ Barrett, right? I think RJ Barrett will be a all-star this year because we finally get a point guard with gravity, right? Instead of RJ going to the basket against 2 or 3 defenders, I think by having Immanuel Quickley on the floor with Jalen Brunson alleviates RJ Barrett muscling his way to the rim against 2 or 3 guys. I think what happens is in a lineup that has Immanuel Quickley and Jalen Brunson is you have a primary ball handler that's very efficient in the pick and roll, and then you have a secondary playmaker, Immanuel Quickley, playing off the ball, but still with a lot of playmaking duties. Draw away defensive coverage from Randle and from RJ, and what that does is it creates better conversion opportunities for RJ. But RJ's biggest thing is he's 10 percentage points below league average at finishing at the rim. And for a wing, his free throw shooting is terrible. not terrible, but bad for a star.
So
for a potential star, for him to be shooting around 70% at 6'6" is bad. So if RJ gets up to about 75% and finishes about 5 percentage points higher than he did, I don't see RJ finishing being a league average finisher at the rim. But if he can bring that up about 5 percentage points a game, that's about a point, like a point and a quarter. And then if he finishes his free throws at 75%, you're talking about 2 points. So you're talking about somewhere about 2 or 3 points added to his current scoring average just by improving those areas, right? One, he does on his own. The other, he does, but so there's no such thing as a point and a quarter. So let's just make it 2 points. So if RJ Barrett hits one of those shots that he misses during a game at the rim, he's 22 points per game. And if his free throw percentage goes up to 75%, 75, 76, that's 2 points per game. And now you're talking about RJ Barrett being a 24-point per game scorer in the Eastern Conference. And in my opinion, averaging 24 points a game in the New York market at a wing position gets you to the All-Star game. Right? Now, I know that seems far-fetched, but improving your free throw percentage is not far-fetched. Right? RJ Barrett shot 40% from the floor. So that means if he took 20 shots a game, that means if RJ Barrett hits one of those shots that he missed, so if he goes, instead of going 8 for 20, he goes 9 for 20, RJ Barrett is shooting 45% from the floor. And I know all this stuff sounds far-fetched. Uncle Freezy, why are you throwing out all these numbers? You know, Jalen Brunson is a point guard. He's not a miracle worker. What I'm saying is when you're on the floor with Alec Burks, who also can't finish at the rim, you put Jalen Brunson on the floor, a scorer, a threat that has gravity, and Immanuel Quickley, now and plus Julius Randle. Now you have 4 guys on the floor with Mitchell Robinson that can dribble, pass, and shoot. Randle can dribble, pass, and shoot. RJ can dribble, pass, and shoot. Quickley can dribble, pass, and shoot. And we're assuming Brunson, we never saw him play in the Garden, but let's just assume that he can dribble, pass, and shoot.
Yeah.
Right? And so now instead of clogged up paint, clogged up lanes, right? Now you at least have 4 guys that are threats on the floor offensively, as opposed to Alec Burks pump faking and trying to get a 4-point play from 3 or going to the rim and can't finish.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I can see it happen. I don't know if Tibbs is going to put Quickley in that lineup. I think you should keep all the options open, like somebody talked about earlier. You know, those guys got to earn it in training camp come, September. It could definitely happen. I mean, like you said, the spacing would be there. And like 4 guys outside of Mitch could dribble, shoot, pass, and then you
Bro,
need that.
I thought you were gonna ask me where's Fournier. I think Fournier. I like Fournier.
I was already. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm almost out on Fournier, man. I mean, he's a good player.
I'm not.
He's a solid player, but I don't.
Yeah, I'm not yet.
I like
Fournier
that we could develop.
Like
Grimes or Cam, that should be taking some of those minutes.
But see,
I like Fournier, bro. But I would like Fournier in a unit with Rose, Grimes, and Fournier in the Alec Burks role against second units where he gets all the shots on the second unit. I would love to see him in that Burks role where he takes 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 shots. I don't even care. Because I think Evan Fournier can score. Right? Yeah. I think he can score, but I just can't see a backcourt of Brunson and Fournier at the same time.
I agree with that. Can't see it, right?
Because Brunson's going to have the other younger players.
I mean, just defensively, I don't know how that.
Defensively, it's going to be, I would think it'd be a struggle. Too much for you'd be getting more of the same.
Exactly. That's what we had. Exactly. So,
despite different positions, no?
I think the backcourt should be Brunson and Grimes for the reason that Grimes can cover on defense, like we said, the deficiencies for Brunson, and also the fact that Grimes can shoot. Now, if Grimes can can like take the ball to the rack, you know, that would be a game changer. You know, if he can improve on a couple of things, and then of course, you know, we have RJ, and if Randall's still with us, you know, Randall and Mitch, and like you said, Freezy, I agree with you. I like Fournier coming off the bench if we still have him. With him,
yeah, I know, and y'all notice I didn't say Cam, right? You notice I didn't say Cam.
Yeah.
Right now, I value Fournier more than I value Cam Reddish.
Okay. I mean, he's been more productive. So I mean, Cam has some injuries. The talent is there, the potential is there, but you know, in terms of production wise, we saw flashes a little bit before he got hurt, but it's just not consistent enough. So I can see where you're coming from.
Yeah, well, Cam is entering a contract year, so he needs to ball out if he wants to get paid. Usually, when a player wants to get paid, they ball out. So we'll see.
Yeah, I like the Grimes lineup. Look, DJ, what you said, if he could be able to, you know, go to the basket, work on that, we're gonna see in the summer league. We're gonna see if he, you know, worked on some things a little bit and improved this game. Because when
that's what I want to see in the summer league. In the summer league, if Grimes can take the ball to the basket, then we in for some exciting basketball this year from him.
But he's not that guy though, bro. He's not a go ahead, Eddie. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Freezy. My question about this backcourt thing. What do you guys think about a backcourt of Brunson and RJ at the shooting guard?
I like that.
Cool with that too.
I like that.
Who's going to be the three?
But then who's playing the three? Who's the three?
So why not Fournier playing the three? He's exactly the same height as RJ is. Both are 6'6". So what's the problem here?
Same height, same size.
What's the problem here? And they have cohesion. They play the whole year together.
Okay.
Call up.
We played 2-man. We tried to play 2-man ball with Fournier and Randall more than RJ and Randall. Yeah. And now we just want to scrap the whole previous season that we had.
I like that.
So listen, it's plenty of things that Tibbs has to work with. And listen, guys, the thing is, if you don't have anyone better on the Knicks roster than Evan Fournier is going to be starting, and that's not the case currently.
We don't. But Andy, even look at the roster right now. We got rid of Noel. We got rid of Burks. They the front office is making a statement to Coach Thibodeau. Like, make it work, because now you have less veterans to actually even play. So I don't feel like this season is going to be another Kemba. I just do not feel it. I do not see it, because you had so many veterans that you playing that with a coach like Coach Thibodeau, and he loves to play a lot of veterans before rookies or what. So think about it this way. You had an option back then. Now you barely have options. So if things is not working out with Fournier, what you gonna give? You gonna give it 5 games, maybe 10 games? It's not gonna be more than that, because you don't got more option after that. You got.
But let's take a deep dive into that. Like when you say not working out, what are we looking for exactly? Like tell us what your expectations of an Evan Fournier not being a starter. Like why would we not start him? Like what would he have to do so poorly that you'd have to remove him?
Defense is my thing. Like just like we mentioned this Freezy last night, and I'm sticking to my gun. Like, I don't want to see no type of liability in our starting roster than Jalen Brunson. That's it. Just one play. That's it. No more. No 2. No 3. No 4. Like, pretty much we pretty much finished the roster with our how they call it, our starters. But the question is Fournier. And Fournier, all right, you could play him for 5 or 10, but
so when Fournier is a starter, the Knicks finished 11th in defense.
Yeah, but remember when
they entered December. Think about this. They entered the month of December as the 28th ranked defense in the NBA.
So
by the time we got to the end of the season with Evan Fournier and Alec Burks starting, that same lineup finished 11th in the NBA. That means they leapfrogged 16 other teams to get into 11th place.
But you got to call out pretty much everything that happened. they just got rid of Kemba. Like, you know, something is definitely not working out with Kemba. So I just do not want the Knicks to actually wait until the middle of the season to actually have a eureka moment saying, you know, something is not working out with Fournier. Because right there, I'm just gonna go bananas.
Is Evan Fournier the scapegoat here?
No,
he's gonna be the Freezy. He's gonna be the scapegoat, guys. And whatever you guys tell me, I ain't even taking that to account.
Not
because
even
you guys lying straight up
Andy?
to my face, bro. Everybody's gonna blame Fournier. But listen, guys. Meantime, last year the problem was Kemba, right? At the beginning.
Right.
And we played Fournier and RJ still in that lineup with Julius, with Mitch, and whoever center started, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Alec Burks is a way better defender than Jalen Brunson.
Of course.
Yeah, we know that.
And we're going to be in the same exact situation at the beginning of the season that we were on the beginning of the season of the previous season on the defensive end. Because we have still no chemistry, and still whatever lineup you throw out there with Brunson at the one, Tibbs is going to try to mismanage. I bet you guys the first games we're going to see is going to be RJ or Fournier because they have more size on the point guard than Brunson. And Brunson is going to be running around that, off the screens, behind those shooting guards. You guys going to see that happen. And if someone's going to be blaming Fournier for that, and nice, bro, if you have some time, go to the defensive numbers for RJ and Fournier and compare them, bro.
I see. Yeah, I know what you mean.
You're gonna be shocked. You're gonna be shocked because they are so close.
Grimes.
They're not.
The one reason I can see that working after listening to that is because of their size. And Thibodeau always loves, having big guards, so to speak. And the fact that RJ and Fournier are interchangeable, but that's going to also affect what they do offensively as well. And maybe that's where Brunson helps. I don't know, but we'll just have to see on that.
So based on 2 seasons, I've seen RJ productivity going up, Julius Randle going up. Everybody seems to have it working because everybody was going up. Last season, everybody digressed. And I'm not talking about offense because RJ Barrett, of course, like taking that much shots is only a matter of time for you to make that much. But what I'm trying to say is we got to fix that defense. That's why I'm saying, Andy, that I don't have a problem. I'm giving the benefit of the doubt for any player. Anything can happen. Anybody could get better. But I just do not want them to risk it in a long extent where they are taking too long to assess a problem that is still not being fixed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but nice. Who are you substituting Fournier with?
To
make the defense better on the next roster.
But I never even said Fournier to have him as a starter. I said even having Evan Fournier, have him running with with the bench, because I rather solidify. Even though we don't have players like a Patrick Beverley that is so or DeJounte Murray that is pretty good on defense, and we don't need to be worrying about that. I just want the only liability that we have as our starters being Jalen Brunson. I don't want
he dodged the hell out of that question, Roy. You're a pro.
I got to because
he dodged it, but he said he ain't gonna sub Fournier to the bench, but then he said that only Jalen Brunson is gonna be the liability. that means Fournier's on the bench,
bro. But you imagine, all right? So you imagine Brunson playing for the bench. Now we are speaking about having problems for that.
That's why that's not going to be the case.
All right.
So only rotation piece that's not going to stick with that lineup is going to be probably Fournier, right?
Yeah.
Because Mitch got paid, Julius ain't moving, RJ, you ain't sitting him on the bench. So only other guy is Fournier.
Yeah.
And who are you going to sub in? Who are you going to play? Cam in the starting lineup? No. A dude that literally got traded and didn't get minutes from the bench? You're going to play him starting minutes? Tibbs would rather kill himself than do that. Literally. And sorry, Freezy, for saying that, but
what about
that ain't going to happen.
Andy, what about I know everybody's gonna hate me for this, and the chat is gonna go crazy. The only two players that I will substitute with if things is not working out with Fournier and we looking that
Don't say
bad.
Quickley even.
No, hell no. I'm not saying Quickley, and Quickley is my favorite player, but I will put, man, just throw Grimes or Deuce and hopefully something sticks.
Grimes or Deuce? Grimes.
Yeah.
Hey, so for the record, for people that don't know,
I know what you showed me last night,
Grimes
Freezy.
has a negative defensive rating, right? Quentin Grimes, the guy that people think is a defensive stopper, has a negative defensive rating of 2.5. He is not the guy that people think he is. Now, will he become that guy? Potentially, but right now, statistics say that he is a below average defender. It's just like people. It's like what your reputation says and what stats say. The reputations, for instance, Montrezl Harrell has a reputation for being an energy guy. Like, oh man, he gets so many rebounds, and oh look at that rebound, right? And then when you look at the numbers, the dude is a below average guy for rebounds per minute. Right, yeah. But just because he grabs a rebound and yells, don't mean he just grabbed 7 of them.
Yeah,
that just means he grabbed 1 rebound and yelled. And it's the same thing with Quentin Grimes. Just because Quentin Grimes deflected a pass in crunch time doesn't mean he deflected 20 passes. It just means he deflected that 1 pass during crunch time. That's all, right? And what we should consider in Quentin Grimes is Quentin Grimes right now is a bench player that's going to play a bigger role next season.
Yeah.
He's got the potential to be something better, but Quentin Grimes is not a finished product yet.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. And it's the same thing with Miles McBride. Miles McBride has the potential to be something in 3 or 4 years, but this very moment, nah.
Yeah, he might not be a Freezy. I got a question for Andy. Andy, so because, bro, like, I love to have conversation like this because it opens doors to new possibility of what I'm not actually seeing, or you might not see, or anybody in the chat. And it's like it's great to have this convo. But if we already know that Deuce and Grimes might not be it, we already know Cam as much as we want it to be it. Unfortunately, based on him being hurt, probably he won't be it. Who would you actually put based on what you see on this roster? Who would you actually substitute Fournier with?
In the starting lineup, there's no way I'm subbing him out. If we don't make any moves.
I see.
There's literally no one that could, like outplay Fournier as far as basketball goes. There's no way.
So in other words, stick to Fournier.
Yeah, we're definitely going to stick to Fournier unless he's injured. But he played 70 games last season. Sorry, 80 games? 80 games, yeah. He skipped only 2 games. And Burks skipped only 1 game. So,
right.
It's just an effort thing with Fournier. I mean, there are times during the game where he's not always engaged. There are times during the season, definitely. But, I mean, when he's engaged, he's definitely solid enough to be in that starting lineup.
Sorry for cutting you off, bro, but for me, it's not even always about the effort, because every time we see Fournier not giving effort is because Julius Randle, the other vet on the roster, didn't play defense for 5 possessions. And he's like, I am older. I ain't going to be, running when this dude ain't working on defense.
Yeah.
That's why he's trying to show that out.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm not excusing Julius.
Yeah. I'm just saying that's why people see Fournier as as a bad defender. He might be even the highest IQ defender on the Knicks roster. He doesn't have the foot speed. He doesn't have this speed all over. He ain't strong enough.
Yeah.
You can call him old, but team defense and IQ. Listen, he probably had like 60 steals as a first Knick in the game because till the offense of the opposite team adjusted, he knew what play is going to be ran, and first deflection for steal was always Fournier's.
Love it.
Yeah, you're right. You're right about the Randall point is right. I mean, I'm not just saying he's the worst defender in the starting lineup, because I agree with Randall's athleticism, and you would think he should definitely be more versatile and be able to
No, but listen, Randall's last season was only pure effort for me. because we saw that his head wasn't in the game, and that caused all the lack of this leadership that Randall brought. The previous season that he was leading us in points, effort, whatever. It wasn't the case this season. That's why guys didn't work with him.
Yeah.
And if your teammate working and pulling the wagon in the same way, same route, it ain't gonna work. This is a team sport, and if you don't have like two superstars, you ain't gonna win a game. So for me, that was a clear cut. And Fournier, as a vet in that lineup, said, "Listen, I ain't gonna be working for you if you ain't doing it."
Right.
That's why he showed that. He showed that because you could see that. But and like I said, if someone is expecting Fournier to be working fast on his knees, deep in his stance, whatever, we knew that Fournier ain't that guy.
Yeah.
He can play defense. He reads the passing lanes probably best in the whole team.
Yeah.
But he ain't fast enough to get all those steals, so he doesn't gamble. But people think that he's a bad defender. He ain't a bad defender. If you look at the numbers, he has better numbers in steals per game.
Mm-hmm.
Probably better numbers in blocks per game than RJ.
Mm-hmm.
And we were calling RJ a superstar defender. He's gonna be the best defender. He defends all the best wings in the league.
And you know that those take ain't popular.
I don't care. That's the truth.
I know. I'm with you.
So,
hey, Andy,
the whole team definitely has to.
So listen, I'm always. It's never one player to blame.
Yeah.
Listen, if the game is down to one possession and someone does something really, really bad, you can still blame the whole team because the whole team brought you to that exact spot.
Situation, right?
If they won by 10, you wouldn't be in this spot. So you can't blame a guy like Grimes when it's like 10 seconds left and he has to take a shot and he doesn't make it. And then people's going to blame oh, Grimes didn't make that shot. If he made it, we would have won.
Right.
That's not the case. You shouldn't be in that situation.
You know something, Andy, based on what you just said, think about it this way. If it's based on that, unfortunately, it just didn't work out with Kemba. We saw, I just want to give the benefit of the doubt because to all our players, because I'm seeing something special. I see that every player that we have, they want to play for the Knicks organization. Unfortunately, Kemba didn't. This is what I see. Kemba didn't work out. It frustrated Julius Randle. It frustrated Fournier into the extent that also it trickled down because Julius Randle couldn't guard a certain body, and it just trickled down. Everybody just rather not do what they were supposed to do.
Listen, for me, as far as I see it, I'm not blaming everything on Kemba because Kemba's game was totally different in his all-star years than what he was used by Tibbs.
Yeah.
And that's the situation that I blame more on Tibbs than on Kemba. Of course, I'm not saying that Kemba had still the abilities to play like his all-star seasons, but he's a heavy pick and roll guy. And our centers don't screen, and they don't screen not only because they don't know how to screen. The tactics and the offensive scheme is always to slip the screen. So Kemba couldn't get separation, couldn't make those mid-range shots, couldn't drive to the hoop. And that's why Kemba was like, listen, I came home, all the hoopla, whatever, which also pissed Julius Randle because he was thinking that he's still going to be the guy. Meanwhile, Kemba Walker was advertising, the home court jerseys and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So you poked the bear already, even before the season started. And listen, and maybe there was a situation that they were trying to, play through Kemba a little bit more. And Julius was like, no, this ain't going to be happening. And the funniest thing, and I always tell this to Sim, and Sim is like, nah, that's not the case. Kemba Walker was benched on Julius Randle's birthday.
Wow. Well, at least
and I'm not saying that Julius went to James Dolan and said, like, listen, you guys got to bench him. I don't care. I can't play with him.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not closing that door on that option. Might have been a situation like, listen, but then there was a trickle effect. He was already mad there. The Knicks were, how it is with the media in New York, right?
Yeah.
You can play 10 perfect games.
Yeah, I think obviously
when you lose, it's going to be bad.
I think,
I
think obviously there were some backstories to that probably we'll never know. But the point of the matter is go ahead.
The only thing I will say on that, Andy, is this: we giving the benefit of the doubt to every player. We have trust. If we keep in Julius Randle and we keep in Fournier, and you already heard that there has been mention about Julius Randle trade talk, Evan Fournier trade talk, but we still have him. Hey, they have the benefit of the doubt. This season is going to be break or make season for pretty much everybody that's supposed to be the face of the franchise, because we cannot keep on betting all our ships on a player that for some reason ends up wanting to be disgruntled because certain things is not working out. Like, I'm fed up with that. I just want you to actually play, give me 100%. And if you're not doing it, do not feel bad if we end up trading you for chips, because I'm done with that.
Yeah, that nice. That's always the thing. So J Boogie, that's always the thing for me.
So the Kemba thing, the Kemba thing, Andy, I think he's just wrong. Right, and you. I just think he's just wrong on the Kemba thing, bro. Listen, man, when we watch Kemba, man, Kemba is washed, bro.
Yeah.
Andy Kemba washed, man. Kemba's washed.
Freezy, I know, but listen, he had a 4-point game.
Yeah, but it looked bad.
And he had a triple double on Christmas, I believe. Right?
Yeah. With what team?
Yeah, man. I'm just saying, bro, man. When we watched him, and I think Jay Boogie was there in Charlotte too. When we saw the Charlotte game, man, Kemba could not turn that corner again, man. Yeah,
Freezy, because I'm telling you, his career was always based on a big man that can set a screen. Then he gets the separation. He's too small. His steps are not too long to get that separation in the NBA, bro.
Right. I understand what you're saying, and people say the same thing about Rokas Jokubaitis right now. That same thing that you just said.
Rokas is too small, too slow, too. And listen, you know what? I'm watching his games, right? He ain't NBA ready for the next 2 seasons. And I said that on NBK, and 2 weeks after that, he had the interview that he ain't coming to the NBA in the next 2 years. So
right, he ain't ready. Right. No, I know, I think that, but man, listen, the two things about Kemba, right, is this. First, our big guys don't screen and look for the ball. You know why? Because it ain't never coming. It ain't never coming. The Knicks bigs had the lowest usage rate of any bigs on any team in the NBA.
So that was tactics.
They never get to touch the basketball, right?
So that was tactics, Freezy.
Okay, I didn't know. I get it. I'm not saying what I said right there is just a fact to add to the conversation, right? I'm not judging it in either direction. What I'm saying, I just said it as a statement of fact, right? But in my opinion, Kemba Walker should have been cut in November, right? He should have been cut in November. We should never have even gotten this far, right? With Kemba, and I'm not trying to throw Kemba away, and I'm not trying to say it's all Evan Fournier's fault.
Yeah.
But I saw Miles Bridges jump in front of Kemba and stop Kemba in his tracks. And I saw it with my own eyes. I saw a 6'6" wing player / power forward jump in front of Kemba and dare Kemba to make a move to go around, and Kemba couldn't. Mm-hmm. I saw that with my own eyes. I don't care what nobody. Y'all can stat me to death. I'm telling you, I saw this with my own eyes on a Friday night in Charlotte, North Carolina. I saw it. Right, Kemba. Right then. If you have a small point guard that's known for quickness, that's not quick anymore. Mm-hmm. All you have is a small point guard. Yeah. That's all you got. And I understand what you're saying. Kemba Walker is a pick and roll point guard. He depended on heavy screens. He did. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
But if you can't get around the screen at the NBA level, what are you doing in the pick and roll?
And not only that if they not actually even setting up Kemba Walker for success, it's unfortunately because I see what both of you are saying, but Andy, just look at it this way: if for some reason there's no play being made for Kemba Walker, what is his productivity for this team
But
if he can't even?
Guys, I agree with you on this point. That's why I'm just saying that if we used, we played
Correctly.
more of an offense towards Kemba, he probably would have better numbers. Maybe we wouldn't be in this situation. I'm not saying that he was the solution for this situation because clearly he wasn't. But it's the same thing that we're looking at Mitch Robinson, and he's like, oh, he's 73% a shooter, but he only gets the dunk. He can't shoot a lick out of the paint. That's why he in the ball.
He shot 1.5 foot away now, so he's getting better. I'm just joking,
bro.
Andy.
Yeah, Kemba Wash, bro. No matter how you frame it, and no matter what you do, you know what I'm saying? Kemba doesn't have the speed to get to the rim. And even if he does play optimally, then he might have to sit out the next 2 or 3 games. Right? The whole thing was just
bananas.
And Freezy, you know what would be better if we signed him, but we never hyped him like that, right? If he's like, oh, he's a guy, we got him, he's gonna ride the bench behind D-Rose, whoever, right? And he's gonna might be that guy off the bench that's gonna get the chance and play like those 15 minutes of the spark plug off the bench and then shock the other defense, whatever, right? But we, try to make, a Russell Westbrook type out of him, and he's going to be the star of this team. So I think that was the.
We solved our point guard woes with Kemba Walker.
Exactly. That was the problem because that was a huge gamble.
Yeah. And it didn't pay off. He not hit him also.
Yeah. Listen, we got rid of Kemba, Alec Burks, Nerlens Noel, and we got Jalen Brunson and Isaiah Hartenstein. So I think that was a good trade.
Yeah. What do you think about Isaiah? What do you think about iHeart?
Listen, I love his passing ability. He's gonna benefit Fournier, RJ, even Julius, and Jalen Brunson. He's so good. They're gonna cut off him. He's gonna be like that, like Kylo Quinn, that guy.
Shout out to y'all, great man. How y'all men doing this afternoon? Shout out to the chat, everybody rocking and loving this orange and blue. Our 2 favorite colors, you know what I'm saying? 2 favorite colors, man. We love this team, man. I'm glad that the office is showing some gangster stuff. They on some gangster shit. If you're not seeing, I'm just so glad this year we ain't go try to draft or sign somebody with some worriness.
Yeah.
See, we should have left that drunk, meaning Kemba Walker, alone. He was a drunk. He was overdone. He needed to go to some meetings, AA meetings, sober up. His knees was out of place, shook. So what I mean by that is, a few years before that, you got to listen to the warning signs. The warning signs. You remember that old cartoon? Warning, warning, warning.
Right.
They always tell you the warning signs. See, like when we draft Kevin Knox, Calipari told you, he's going to be a 2-year project. He told us off top. That means don't get him. He's going to be a 2-year project. We went and got him in. You know what I'm saying? When it came to Kemba, Boston got rid of him. Charlotte got rid of him. Boston got rid of him, saying he couldn't do it no more. Then he got cut for OKC. Those are warning signs. That means don't go get him. We went and got him. Looking for the story, the glory. You know what I'm saying? See, they had the best-selling book was Kemba in New York, the hypeness and all that there. You know what I'm saying? Knowing this was Julius' team. You know what I'm saying? We flunked with that. This year, we got guys that's healthy and ready to go. Nobody injured. Hold on, let me run them some more gangster stuff. Oh, Noel, you want to play injuries and all that? The only thing you rocking is headbands and grease coming out of the latest salons. Get your injuries up out of here. Hold up. Burks, I appreciate you what you did and everything, but you got injured. You had surgery on the foot. Get up out of here. You know what I'm saying? They on some, You got to be healthy and ready to go to rock with the team right now. If you ain't healthy, ready to go, then we're not messing with you. Ron said it. He said it best the other day. This dude, Cam Reddish, he didn't even do the surgery. He chose to, do his own workout to get his shoulder together. So you hear the talks about we trying to figure out how to get rid of him. Get rid of that dude too. What you mean you going to do your own workout to get your arm together? Who are you to tell us that? If the doctors ain't saying that you can work it out your own and you don't need surgery, you need to go in there and get surgery. Because one little fall is all over again. So, I'm trying to just listen to the warning sign, and I see the officers doing a lot better with that. You know what I'm saying? They ain't going to get dudes that's on some injury prone, and they're getting rid of dudes that's injury prone. You know what I'm saying? We need a full healthy roster. You know what I'm saying? We need everybody suited and ready to go. When they throw the tap, you know what I'm saying? In preseason, you need to be showing up and letting somebody know I'm here. You on the way to get your spot. Or you need to be showing somebody I'm here. You ain't getting my spot. I want a full all-out competition come to playoffs and all that. And y'all right. You talking about Kemba? No, Derrick Rose should have felt some kind of way. What you mean? You come here, you getting the number one spot. I made more money than what you making. Derrick Rose should have felt some kind of way. You know what I'm saying? But everybody's nice. I don't want no nice guys on my team. I need you to have an attitude about something, man. Give me a tech, man. Do something. You know what I'm saying? Do something. Let me know you got different levels, you know what I'm saying? And you hungry for this right here. You ready to eat. You need a full plate. This is what I need, man. I'm aiming everything right now to everybody that was on the team last year. You need to show me something. If you can't show me something, man, I'm one of the fans that want you up off the team. You in the way. For real. It's time to put up and shut up, man. I'm glad we got a point guard. We're doing the right thing. We're doing what what we were supposed to do. Some people don't like that we paid 20-something million, but when the stock gonna rise up, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna make that on contract look like nothing. So you know what I'm saying? We always got something to say about something, but I'm happy that we on the right page. We got a general leading the floor. Everybody follow suit, get to your spots, work on your game, because he looking at Villanova the court. He ain't looking at Dallas Maverick the court. He looking at Villanova the court. Get everything going. Be the person that we needed, which was a true general point guard, man. Not no Elfrid Payton. Not what we had last year, 2 years ago. Not none of that injury pro. The dude is healthy, man. He's strong. He ready to fight. He don't smile. He let you know I'm here. I'm about business, man. Yeah, I like the gangsterness in the office, man. Forget you guys get hit us for tampering. You know what I mean? Forget the tampering, man. That's how that Pat Riley be playing things like that. You think Pat Riley care about draft picks? That's how we need to get. Don't care about draft picks. We're using all these picks to go get us a major players. And for you to come on our team, you got to be a major player. We got enough young guys on this team that's already here. We got a full crop of young guys, centers, small forwards, and point guards and backup guards. Fill in the missing pieces. When you go to Toys R Us and you get that puzzle, you know what I'm saying? Everybody always starts with the square. On the outside of the puzzle, you connect the outside, and then you put the insides in the middle. That's what we're doing. We're connecting the outside of the puzzle and get ready to put the middle in, you know what I'm saying, and do what we got to do, man.
The framework.
I ain't gonna jump over. See, I said 60 wins this year. I'm just playing. Don't you look at me like I'm crazy, Anthony.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I was about to ask you if you was on us at 60.
60.
Hey,
man, but listen, man, I need y'all to do me a favor, man. I had a little niece, you know what I'm saying? She was in an accident. I ain't say nothing to y'all, you know what I'm saying? She's, you know what I'm saying, fighting for herself, her life. She don't have a third surgery, you know what I'm saying? So anybody can put some prayers together for my little niece. I'm about, get ready to pull up to the house, talk to the family and everything. She got cracked back. She got also, she wasn't supposed to survive that car. She was on the passenger side. You know what I'm saying? So, I appreciate everybody put some prayers, you know what I'm saying, for my little niece, you know what I'm saying? All prayers needed, you know what I'm saying, when you think it's not needed, man.
Got you,
but I just saw y'all guys, and before I was going up in this house, I just wanted to get some energy and strength, because this is where I get my strength, my energy. I share my life with y'all, everybody, you know what I'm saying, because it's so grateful to have brothers and uncles, because some of y'all could be my uncle. Freezy could be my uncle, Annie could be my brother. Man. Yeah, two different mothers. But it's so good when you can have brothers in place, you know what I'm saying, that's so far away, but they're so close to you, than the ones that's so close to you. And that's how I like to treat life. So, y'all can, put together a couple of prayers. I appreciate it, man. But I don't want to stay long. I just want to vent for a minute, man.
No doubt, bro.
God bless
We
you
got you,
guys,
Boogie.
man. Thank you.
Yeah, you
Thank
know
you
it.
very
You
much.
know it. You know
No
it,
doubt.
bro. Yeah,
So
man.
Freezy, if I can break something out, Bradley Beal agreed to that 5-year, $251 million extension. The 5th year is a player option. Contract has a 15% trade kicker, and he becomes only the 10th player to have a no trade clause. Bradley Beal joins LeBron, KG, Melo, Dirk, Kobe, D Wade, Tim Duncan, David Robinson, and John Stockton to have that no trade clause.
Mm.
And I'm telling you, this season, he's gonna ask for a trade.
Yeah.
And he's gonna pick his club because he has a no trade clause. Because no, you ain't gonna be sending me to Sacramento. I ain't going to the Timberwolves.
Yep.
I want to go this and this place only.
Yep.
Yeah, he's out of there.
And that's gonna be the situation.
Man, based on what Boogie said early on right now, man, I feel the same way, bro. This season is make or break. Ain't no excuse for no player. No player. Please, let's stop hearing, oh, this player, this. Bro, we don't have a Kevin Durant. We don't have a Kyrie Irving. And I'm talking about at the pinnacle. Like, either you prove something this year or might as well let's just move away. Let's try to get the next best thing, bro, because we can't keep on dealing ownership on players that is mediocre, and we keep on thinking they gonna be showing something in the future. 5 year comes through, and now we realize, yeah, he's not that.
I'm sorry. Say that one more time.
Yeah, like 5 years goes through, and it needs to take us like 5 or 10 years to actually notice that, yeah, that player that we had all these type of hopes, yeah, he's not that. So we can't keep on risking that much years. Like you can see it with the Spurs. They have something great. To this day, I still don't even understand, but it is what it is, you know. It maybe didn't fit well with what they trying to do, and they traded DeJounte Murray, and it's one of those. Like, if it's not fitting on your plan, or we don't have a player that is in that caliber, I don't have no problem with moving from any player that we have.
All right. So I will say this to that. I will say this to what you just mentioned, and to kind of what Andy was alluding to with Bradley Beal forcing his way to maybe a. Okay. All right. I just had to mute Cash for a second. Hardwell, what's good, bro?
What's good, bro? How y'all doing? Shout out to the panel. Shout out to the chat. What's good?
Ain't nothing, bro. I'm gonna just say this, man. Julius Randle gonna make the All-Star team, bro, and they're gonna give Tibbs a contract extension.
See it.
I'm messing with Hardwell, y'all. I'm trying to Hardwell.
I was gonna say I agree for you.
They gonna give.
How they say it? Positive vibes, right?
They gonna give Tibbs a contract extension, lifetime contract, no paperwork. I'm just messing around with you, bro. I
take him. I just want us to have a good season. Everybody play good. That's all I'm ready for.
Love it.
Right. I'm gonna say this to what Nice said, bro. I think Leon Rose is not the mafia don like people think. I said this around Nice to probably be my 4th time.
Mm-hmm.
I think Leon Rose is more like Sam Presti and Troy Weaver, right? And that he is looking to be draft pick obsessed and young star prospect obsessed, right? Hey, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, Freezy, I want to counter that mafia thing.
Mm.
When you think about it, then when Leon Rose was appointed the general manager, the front office boss, right? The president. We signed free agents. We gave away contracts worth $450 million. Over half of that money went to CAA clients. And you ain't gonna say that's mafia business?
No. No.
That's not like, you gotta get the IRS, whatever to check that out. That's common knowledge that Knicks fans on Twitter can solve, right? So
right.
that looks kind of suspicious. I ain't gonna lie, because I think, I understand that they're one of the biggest agencies. They have, connections and stuff like that, bro. But let's say it was like 250 whatever million.
What I would ask in this scenario, right? What I would ask is, what is the same percentage for other teams around the NBA? Like, what is CAA's business with other teams in the league? Because I don't know if it would be fair to assume that just because the Knicks have outside ties to CAA, that they should not do business with CAA.
No, I'm not saying that. Of course not. I'm just
no. That's my view. I'm not saying that you said that. I'm saying that that's my opinion. I'm not. And if it came across like that, man, that wasn't my intention.
Yeah,
right?
I get it.
Well, what I'm saying is this. I think the management style, the team building style, right, is more like OKC, the Seattle Supersonics, the new Detroit Pistons.
But Freezy, that started with Phil Jackson, bro. He didn't trade picks away.
Mm-hmm. Right.
and not only that, Andy, that I'm looking at Leon Rose being, as much people want to bash him, I'm beginning to love this cat based on at least he's grabbing more acid. We just do not know what's going to happen. And if we prepare and position ourselves to make a certain trade for put ourselves in the best position to get a number 1 or number 2 pick on the first round pick, it's possible, because now you have teams that might have that number 1 or number 2, but they want a specific player, just a specific player, and they don't fall in that category. Guess what? The Knicks is it might be a 10 or 11, but they got first round pick. They willing to trade that, and I could get their pick and get the player that I want because I know he's not drafted that high. So I'm feeling like we positioning ourselves to get something good. But in order for you to get something good, you always have to position yourself to be in that talk.
Okay.
Yeah, gotta have a
nice.
team.
That might have been the situation with Dolan, right? He hired these guys because they had connections. So he was like, listen, Steve Mills didn't give me any connections. He was talking over all these guys, but he couldn't get the deals done. So I'm going to hire this agent, that agent.
Right.
And I'm going to
Steve
roll
Mills
with those
was
guys.
smart. Steve Mills is very smart. Probably.
Yeah, I agree.
Intellectually, probably one of the smartest dudes we ever hired. But
Yeah.
when it comes to savvy and relationship building, Steve Mills was not that guy.
No, he can be way smarter than we think, but it's not always basketball wise. He can sell probably hot dogs and soda drinks, and the best way for MSG.
Right.
I don't think he knew the basketball talent so much that we were
Right.
thinking
I know for a fact he didn't value it. He didn't value the backhand. I mean, not backhand, but backroom handshaking, the kissing babies, passing out lollipops, all that stuff that it takes to be like the politics of the game is what I think Steve Mills may not have valued. And for the record, Phil Jackson either. I don't think Phil Jackson embraced that part of it either, the relationship building process. That's why it was paramount to get a guy that was good at building and fostering relationships. Right? That's the reason why you have a Leon Rose right now, an agent, because he does that. Right?
I think Phil was from the old school. He was thinking that everybody's gonna respect him so much that he's gonna be calling all the shots.
Yeah.
And I think he was thinking that it's gonna be way easier to be the manager of a team. That I'm gonna call this guy, that guy, whatever. I'm gonna get this guy to sign him. I'm gonna tell these guys in practice to do this and that, and it's gonna happen. Meanwhile, it didn't. It wasn't that sweet.
But son, Andy, we build a relationship. I do not see that like in the near future. Look at the relationship that we already have with Detroit. I'm telling you right now, there's team right now that their head is exploding and pause on that. And the simple fact that, man, I wouldn't do that trade, but we helped the team. OKC as well. When you build in those type of relationship, and there's a player that for some reason it's just not going to match up well with either salary or whatever is the case, but many team wants them, they're going to consider the Knicks in the conversation just because of whatever the Knicks did a season ago, 2 seasons ago. It is key of having great relationship, because whenever you have that type of relationship, I'm telling you, anything is possible.
Yeah,
Detroit
I
is
agree.
looking massive.
I agree.
Gentlemen, hello, panel. Hey, chat. How you doing today?
What up, Anthony?
Hey, yeah, I'm gonna have to take this dog outside. I think his girlfriend outside. I'll be right back.
Kill it.
He's mad because Leon's giving all his money to CAA, all of Dolan's money to CAA. Yeah, I'm far from that, Andy. Actually, you're right. It does look like some kind of collusion or conflict of interest when your son is the agent for Cat, who's now the highest paid player on the team. It's a little concerning. The only reason why I'll give him a little break because the Knicks still.
It's not always a bad thing, but it should be also limited, right? Because it's not like, listen, we're gonna limit. Okay, these guys. This is a list of free agents, but this is the only short list with CAA free agents. So we gotta pick from these guys.
Right, exactly. So it gotta be something we gotta keep an eye on.
Yeah.
You know which team has the lowest budget in the entire NBA and the highest income? Us.
Yeah.
One value team. We're making $71 million a year. Actually, Golden State technically is losing $40 million a year. So the top 5 teams, salary-wise, however, are only one team is close to the cap. Everybody's way over the cap. And the only team that's close to the cap is us.
Yeah.
So on that end, he's either a very bad guy doing collusion with the CAA because he's giving them very little money, even though he's giving them some. So we can't keep an eye on that, though. I'd be concerned about it, though. I'd keep an eye on that. And I'm concerned about Clutch not getting any contract with the Knicks. That's a concern as well. Because they're
doing all the contracts with the Lakers. That's why.
Well, that's because LeBron's getting a clutch.
Yeah, exactly. LeBron's getting all the clutch guys. Yeah.
So yeah, that's funny though. When you mentioned that, I'm like, I got to get on there. But yeah, team value wise, what Freeze said earlier also. Here's a point though. Brooklyn got increase in value partially because one went to Brooklyn. In Jersey. So right away, leaving Jersey, you improve your value. Tell Freeze that because he's from Jersey. So he was a low value man, became a higher value man when he left Jersey. 2, a brand new stadium always gets you money. But that third one was stars. Stars in the team does raise the team's value. And so the highest value teams right now as well, besides being big market, do have some superstars on the team. Golden State, Lakers, Boston. So we got to look into that as well, that from Dolan's point of view, I'm not sitting here with, second-tier guys. Give me a couple guys who can raise me another $1 billion in value. And yeah, I'm going to spend another, $300 million, but I'm going to get another $1 billion in value on my team's thing. And it's not just the income he's going to make, the exposure, but it's a leverage against his collateral, is an asset. If your assets are worth $4 billion and you don't want to spend your own money, you roll to an international bank and go, okay, here's a collateral. The New York Knicks, can I have $1 billion for this project? And they'll be like, yo, here you go. No questions asked. So those are factors in play when you decide as a team owner, not just to make the fans happy, you got to make my bottom line happy as well.
Yeah. That's totally true. Listen, and for Dolan is what we got to think about, that the Knicks are only a part of MSG, and he has way more assets than only the MSG, right? It's not like MSG is everything for him. He probably has like 10 times more, money invested in some other companies that, the Knicks fans don't even know about, right? So For him, it's just like a toy, right?
And the only music that he's hearing is Cardi B. I'm making money move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Telling you, man. They try to cancel him and not play him in what was the name of that cable company? It wasn't Xfinity. The one in Bronx.
Not Comcast.
Cablevision. Cablevision.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah,
yeah.
Yeah. So it's the same thing, but they try to block them. Then Jeremy Lin happened. Everybody was demanding play MSG play, and it's like, oh, let's give them MSG.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm telling you, don't let us do his thing, man. And I feel great with this next organization. Like we gotta be acting more like a Golden State fan when the chips was down in their end, they never lost hope. And look where they at now. Like we just, instead of focusing on all the negative, let's give the benefit of the doubt. If things is not working, let's move on from that. But let's not lose hope with our Knicks. Like I'm seeing great things coming. It's patience. That's it.
Right. I mean, Andy got the international connection, man. Yo,
man, Andy has all the connection.
But man, Jovic, man, Nikola, oh man, I love that dude.
Yeah, he busted some behinds right in his first game. Anthony, I'm just worried because he's known for being a guy that loves to party. And Miami is a wrong place to be when you like to party, bro.
He should go to Utah.
Yeah, they should have sent him to Utah, Portland, whatever, bro.
and so you saying it's not a good match made in heaven on that?
Yeah, listen, he was already fined here in Europe for being late for practices, being caught drunk, whatever, in some clubs, and stuff like that. So if he went literally to the devil's place for him in the NBA, so I hope he gets straight though, because his career is going to depend on that, right? So but I think the culture of the Heat is so strong, and Pat is going to keep him in line, that I hope he's not going to lose his career over some fun, outside of basketball.
Exactly. You guys remember Derek Coleman?
Yeah.
Oh man, I was at the clubs all the time in those days. I was at clubs every night. I was at after hours. Imagine a 1 o'clock game, and at 6 a.m. you live in an after hours club.
Yeah.
And DC's walking out with you, stumbling for 1 p.m. Sunday afternoon game. 6 a.m. he's just leaving the club. That's why I think he missed his calling, man, because he was also one of those cats who just out all night long.
Yeah, but there was plenty of players like that, right? But even in here in Poland and in Europe, these guys professional that play basketball, bro, they play at top level, but you can still see them in clubs and stuff like that, and they don't even shy away from posting that on Instagram, whatever, because it's not a problem here, because they play only one game basically on the weekends. If they play in some European competition trophies, whatever, they play another game on Wednesday or Tuesday. So it's like 2 games a week. So you can get drunk between those days. So that's a little bit lighter here. But in the NBA, if I would get there, I would not risk any type of situation, right? So
exactly. Yep. Especially New York City club or Miami club. So yeah. Okay, so Jovic we got to worry about. We got to make sure Riley got to follow him around.
Yeah, listen, if you're a New York Knicks, like you guys probably saw on Twitter, there was a lady that video cammed D-Rose from I don't know, Burger King window, whatever, and she was like, "Oh, that's D-Rose," and D-Rose like, "Can I get my food?" He didn't want any literally nothing to do. He was like, "Oh, just don't post it anywhere," probably, but he didn't say it. So they caught him even when he was picking up some food from a window. So
right now, I do agree with you, Andy, about Fournier's IQ on the defense, and it's his physical abilities that limits him from helping out. But I'm still worried about that backcourt defensively, man. I just because I still think RG has limitations. I think Randall had a few challenges as well. I mean, we got Mitch there. Mitch is hardcore, but perimeter-wise, I think Mitch perimeter-wise he's improved. So those 5 with holes everywhere in some way is a concern for me, man. So
listen, that one thing with Mitch is that I agree that he's like the defensive anchor, that when you have, bad defenders on the outside, right, on the guards position, that you got to have an anchor that's going to clean up those mistakes, right?
Right.
But to be true, guys, we didn't have any other option not to resign him, because if we left Mitch out, we literally couldn't sign anyone else but a minimum vets minimum contract, right? So it's only James Dolan money as far as the front office sees it. But we have a guy that played in the system, is a good blocking guy. Either you love his defense or no, but you probably wouldn't get anyone better for the vets minimum than Mitch, right? You could gamble that maybe Andre Drummond, that Dwight Howard is gonna sign with you, but you can't rely on those guys for the starting position, right? And neither Sims or Harlstein are those guys for the starting role. It's not for them. So I think that was a no-brainer to resign Mitch, though I was thinking that he's gonna bounce literally for $500 more on that paycheck, but I'm happy he didn't at the end.
Now John Montero, talking about our summer league guys. Man, he's quick, great handle, got an outside shot, but there's something about him that I've seen in the past of G League guys and street ball guys. You sometimes look at the N1 players and goes, why didn't those cats make the NBA? And there's something about their game that doesn't always translate to the NBA, and that's why Jean Montero, I can't sign him off right away, because there's something about him that kind of reminds me of some cats back in the day I saw on the courts, and I go, man, that guy's so good. And then I get to an NBA tryout and just
Listen, I think he's too fragile for the NBA. He's like so skinny, so light. It's going to be bad for him. But I see a perfect role for him in these weaker European leagues, like in the Polish league. In the Polish league, they basically the teams like sign like 2-3 American players, and their efficiency, the usage rate is like 30%. And it's basically point guards or big men. In Poland, we have wings, we have shooting guards, whatever. Basically, you sign an American player to be the point guard, handle the ball, run the offense, and mostly be a scoring guard. And the big man is like is playing the Mitch role. He's gonna defend. He's gonna be athletic. He's gonna jump for the alley-oops, catch those rebounds. So I bet you he doesn't get an NBA contract, but he's going to be playing the next season in Europe for probably good money. And he's going to pick a weaker league like the Polish league to shine here, to have that like those 40% usage rate. And then he's going to sign with a way better European league team, like someone in Spain in the mid-tier, team and stuff like that. Because listen, he has potential, but I think he needs, the usage rate to be high with him, for him to be, to get those numbers up. And I think that's going to be the route for him to someday probably, try to get back to the NBA.
You think Jokubaitis can break our squad?
Oh no, he ain't coming to the Knicks in the next 2 years, bro.
Yeah, Andy already.
He's like,
does he have the skill set?
Listen, he has the skill set, but he's at the best he's going to be a Goran Dragic type. And it's not a knock like on Goran Dragic, but he's slow-footed. He can be all the craftiness you want him to be, but he's just going to be slow. And we know that the NBA has guards like John Morant, Russell Westbrook. They're just going to run circles around him. And I don't think you can hide that, in these ages. If it would be the 90s, I would be happy to get him on the next roster, because he got injured in his eye in one of the playoff games. He played 2 games after that. Then he had surgery after they fall out of the playoffs. in the finals. They lost that battle, but he had an eye injury and he played through it. So he's one of the toughest players, that's probably here. But listen, you sometimes you just ain't gonna fit in the NBA.
For some reason, I would not go far and write off John Montero. Based on what we see on the league, certain people getting drafted late first round, the middle round, and they show something, bro, so special that everybody that picked before that team, they regret not picking that player because they at that moment they just couldn't see it, So I wouldn't write nobody out. I wouldn't write not even a second round pick that we actually get, because we never know what mindset that a player could actually shift just like that. And if they shifted, if they see it's like Luka. Think about Luka. He comes to the NBA and he looks at the NBA like, this is for some, what did he say? Like, yeah, but for some reason I feel like the NBA is too slow. It all depends on perspective.
Yeah, it was easier for him to score in the NBA than in Europe.
Yeah,
he said it.
So everything to me is perspective. Everything to me is how everything falls in line with certain player. And if all the pieces and everything is working out for a certain player in that team, anything can happen. So I'm not writing nobody off. And just like I said early on, James Montero is not going to hurt us. Like, it's only a 10-day, and these are 10 days that, hey, we giving you the opportunity. You better show us something special. Because if they gave him that opportunity, it's because they might be feeling just like you, Anthony. Like, they see something special, but it's something there. Like for some reason they're not 100% sold. But those 10 days might mean everything to them. Just having the opportunity. You know how many players out there, not in the league, I'm talking about in the world. They will love to have not 10 days. I would just love to have just one day. Just one day. I'll show you something. Why you shouldn't not write me off. And if he's that type of player, bro, we hit the freaking jackpot. Because you never know. You just never know. I'm just saying. I'm not saying he's a Stephen Curry. I'm not going to go that far. But I just do not like to write. Like, if you see that Netflix movie that came out with Adam Sandler. And then you see the one that came out in Disney with Jonas, bro. Those are movies that moves me, because these are players that know, like, for some odd reason people wanted to write them off, and it's a movie. Is a great movie because it tells the aspect and the perspective of other players that only if I had that one shot. And it could surprise people. It just could surprise. We just don't know.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing him play on Sunday. Definitely.
I just can't wait. I can't wait, CJ. I can't wait.
I want to see him ball out. Got an opportunity like you talked about, so he's going to make the most of it. I was watching a little bit of his highlights. I think he was in the overtime league. Last season. So he played well.
He's fast.
So he's definitely going to be a guy I'm going to be looking at on Sunday.
Man, I'm telling you right now, John Montero in New York. You know how many Dominican fan is out there, bro? They losing everything. They might not even pay out the rent this month just because they want to see that dude play. I'm telling you, like, it might be another Jeremy Lin, and I'm not going to go as far as saying that he's going to give us that, but I'm just saying, like you remember what cat was it in the draft? The Philippine cat.
Kai Soto.
Yeah. So hey, man, I don't want to block nothing. Hey, the opportunity is there for you to take it. Let's actually see you do something.
If he's a 15-man on the bench, the Dominicans will be on the street outside the garden dancing.
Bro, if he plays just 1 minute, it's like he played 40 minutes. Woo!
This not me, because I've been, Andy, I've been watching you a lot and hearing your stuff for a while, man. You got some serious knowledge. I keep on. It's a chance to fit your brains. That's why I'm dumping on and dominating a little bit. Yo, man, Duncan Robinson, man. What do you think, man? I mean, would you go for him?
Listen, I'm gonna pass on Duncan Robinson and Tyler Hero even. I want Pat Riley to stink with that contract. He gave the dude so much money. and he didn't pan out. I'm not saving Miami Heat. I'm not saving the Lakers. I'm not saving the Celtics. I'm not saving the Nets. There's some franchises I'm not putting my hand out to help them. Let him rot. Let someone else do it. I don't want that to happen on my watch.
Yeah, it's like the Bertans deal in Washington. Like we good. We don't need a player like that. Yeah.
Oh man. Okay.
Listen, guys. Sometimes if it's a better deal for you, cool. But if you're just saving someone else for their bad mistakes, and listen, we made way worse mistakes throughout the last 23 years, and no one saved us.
Right.
So
exactly.
now, screw them. I'm not helping them. But for example, guys, look at the situation we have with Brunson now, right? And the Mavs. So the Mavs did the thing because if they didn't report us with the tampering thing, no one would have done it. So it's a clear cut that the Mavs did it, right? And why the Mavs did it? Mark Cuban might be butthurt a little bit because he was saying that he won the KP deal. Now it looks like he didn't, and now we tricked him again and we took his player. But we could easily do a sign and trade for Jalen Brunson and send, for example, Fournier there, right? And they might not need Fournier, but that's going to be a $17 million contract for them to trade at the deadline because someone definitely is going to need a shooting guard, right? Someone's going to, get injured. Someone's going to be looking for a championship team. It's going to be missing that kind of a piece to make that push, right? So he could easily take that, deal and we can do a sign and trade and we get, Fournier off our books. But that's not a deal for us because we can also, trade Fournier at the trade deadline, right? He's going to be expiring contract the next season. So he's going to be that, that deal is going to be worth way more than we think. Question is, if we would trade Fournier, if they would file the tampering, process, right? Because then like, we made a deal. So who's calling the tampering thing, right? If we made a deal, everybody's happy here. Meanwhile, if I'm the Knicks, I'm like, nah, bro. Throw in the second, round pick for the tampering, case, and screw it. I'd rather keep Fournier, try to make this work with him. If not, I can trade him, and I can get way more pieces. But listen, guys, the most important thing is the Mavs are over the cap. Yeah. So if they had that $17 million contract, they can get two more players like for $8 million, 5 million, or a guy like for 15 million, right? That can fit their rotation, maybe a center, maybe whoever else that they need at a certain time. Meanwhile, now they don't have that that spare contract that they can use in that kind of a trade.
Right.
But it's going to be the same situation for the Knicks, actually, if that Julius Randle trade, the Julius Randle contract kicks in. If we resign RJ, he's going to still be on the low contract, the rookie scale contract. But after that season, we're going to be in exactly the same situation. We won't be able to sign free agents because we won't have, free cap space, only the mid-level exceptions, which is going to be like $8.5, maybe $10 million for one player, and the rest is going to be vet minimums. So for me, that Fournier's contract is way more valuable than people think.
Yeah.
Because most Knicks fans like, oh, he ain't playing no defense. We got to trade him because he's a bum. That $17 million can get you someone else because you attach 2 picks and you get a valuable player that can crack your rotation and even be a starter for that 17 million at this point. But Knicks fans, don't look at that in that way.
They don't look at the bigger picture. Hey, quick question because we got a super chat. Parrish Duggar just threw out a super chat saying competition at all position is what we need in the camp. And bro, that's one thing that I used to love 2 seasons ago. Next man up. You ain't producing, next man up. Sit down. Just stay shut and sit down and just watch how it's played.
Right. I was going to throw 2 things out at you, and one is Jay Crowder, and 2 is would use the same logic about the cap space for D Rose?
Oh, I was thinking, Anthony, what I was thinking about D Rose, because there was rumors that for example the Bucks would want him, right?
Yeah.
If I'm correct, the Bucks are also capped out, so we would have to take a little bit bigger, or in the 10% margin of difference, a contract from the Bucks. So if I'm losing D Rose's contract just to get him off the books, and I can get like a late first round pick or like a second round pick, whatever, just if I want to get D Rose's number, the contract off the books, you could consider that deal. But then again, I don't think that there's going to be a market for a $15 million contract per year for D Rose at this point of his career. It's going to be hard to deal that, unless we're looking for a deal for for a way bigger contract like a Donovan Mitchell, and then you pack that deal only to make the numbers work. So maybe that's the case. That's why they they actually gave him that much money. So he's not going to be like Alec Burks for 20 million. So we're just going to throw you a D Rose, which is also a marketable player, right? Because you can trade him to the Memphis Grizzlies and he's going to sell jerseys there, right?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, when you get trade Alec Burks for 17 million, he ain't going to sell you none jerseys. So, so maybe that's a business decision for the owners at least, and it's going to smoothen the deal if you want to trade for an all-star player. So maybe that's the case.
Man, going back, and I just want to say something real quick with this John Montero kid. Man, everybody in the chat and everybody in the panel, you don't know how much I'm rooting for him. I wish like, and it doesn't need to be specifically John Montero. It could be anybody that the league overlooked for whatever politic reason, man, because watching the news to me is going to be priceless. That the Knicks is not the laughing stock because they finally did something right. Every team, you already heard him with what's his name, the one from Milwaukee Bucks, Giannis. A lot of team overlooked at him, and look at this dude balling out. A lot of team overlook Luka. Even Frank Ntilikina has been mentioned, saying that they're going to the front office. Hey, this is the dude we need to get. And they told Frank Ntilikina, I just sit down. I'm telling you right now, they not thinking that same way. Because if they knew that Luka would have been producing the way he's producing now, I'm telling you right now, the Knicks would have moved heaven and earth to get Luka. But that's why I am rooting for this kid. I'm rooting for anybody that's a second draft pick or anybody that it was overlooked. Because if we get something special, why do you think that there's a team like Oklahoma that they love draft pick? They would love to have 20 draft pick for just 1 year, and take everybody in that draft pick just because they just do not know who's that next special guy. Anybody could be that special guy, and if they ball out, boom, jackpot, we got something.
Right. I wanted like Juzang. I'm in LA, so I call UCLA all the time, and I think he's special, man. I think he got something also, undrafted. But I'd like to have him and Jake Crowder.
What Anthony? What happened to that dude? Excuse me. What happened to that dude that the Knicks drafted like a season or 2 seasons ago, and he's playing for the European? Do you have any idea on that, Andy? He's a point guard or something like that, and he there was a lot of people saying like this season is going to be his season, but we haven't heard from him.
Which one, Vildoza?
Yeah, the other Luka, Vildoza.
No, I don't. No. It's not him.
Vildoza just got waived by the Bucks, but he's going to play in their summer league team. But, the funny thing about Vildoza is that he never played a regular season game for the Bucks, but he played in the playoffs.
What?
Yeah, so
sounds like Frank Ntilikina right there for his 10 seconds.
He's the only player in NBA history that never played in the regular season, but he played in the playoffs.
Wow.
Well, now, if we could pick up Jay Crowder, where would you put him?
Depending for who. Well, he's gonna take Obi's minutes, right?
He's unrestricted, right? Is he unrestricted or is he restricted?
Yeah, but no, I think he's restricted.
Okay.
So I think the Phoenix Suns have to resign him. He's a core piece for that roster. He's that glue guy, that defensive stalwart, that they're gonna throw that muscle guy. So I think that they gotta keep him.
But if he wants out, he wants to come to New York, who would you give up?
What, you want to hear that I would give up Randall for him?
Oh man.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie. If that was the case, I think Randall would fit perfectly with the Suns. They got a floor general in CP3. They got a first option in Devin Booker. They got a defensive wing in Mikal Bridges, and Randall would be a perfect fit with them.
Exactly.
So on if he would just buy in, of course, because that's the case with Julius. If he doesn't buy in, you never know what Julius you're going to get, right? So
the last year Julius, if he doesn't buy in.
Yeah. So that's the case. But nice. What player are you talking about?
Jay Crowder?
No.
I'm saying that the European guy.
I remember that somebody put it in the chat yesterday, and I just do not know his name, but I thought that we actually signed somebody. It was like either in the, how do you call it, saying players around either Immanuel Quickley or Deuce McBride, like somebody else that we actually send over there to the Europe League.
So he's probably talking about Jokic, probably.
Yeah, Jokic.
Oh yeah. And he had talked about that. He was like,
"What's up with him?"
No, so Jokic ain't coming to the NBA in the next 2 years. No way.
How old is he?
No, he's not old because he's about 22 probably, so 21 even maybe. So he's a young guy. He actually won the Rising Star Award here in Europe. So yeah. And listen, Europe has a couple of guys that next season they're going to be probably top 10 in the draft. So they're going to be stars and they're going to be like franchise players.
So you saying he's not going to fall in the category of the conversation of the Jamaican sensation?
No, I don't think so. Think so.
You remember the Jamaican sensation?
But I don't think so.
But you remember that player that everybody was that rooted. Oh, we got something, and it's like he never even touched the floor for the Knicks. We got something, but he never even seen it.
That was what was his name?
Actually, so Crowder is actually unrestricted.
Who? Crowder is unrestricted?
Yeah, Crowder.
Oh wow. I think he's still gonna stay with the Suns.
Suns, yeah.
I don't think. Listen, we have only currently we have only the vets minimum to throw at him. So
mid-level, right?
No, I think we use the part of the mid-level for Isaiah Hartenstein.
Oh, that's right. Isaiah.
Yeah, so we have only like part of it, so it's gonna be like 3 million probably. So if we want to make more space, we would have to cut Taj and give him the vets minimum, and eat this tax money, whatever. So that's possible, but I don't think Jay Crowder wants to be with on one roster with Tibbs.
Have you watched games with Jokic and DN?
Yeah, sure. I'll watch basically all the games.
Oh man, where do you actually get? Can you actually get footage? And what I mean by that, like actually watch the whole game via the United States?
I don't think so. Listen, there's like the NBA League Pass. They have the Euro League Pass, right? But EuroLeague is the season is finished. It was like 1.5 months ago, maybe even 2 months ago, finished. So nowadays, nowadays they finish every game here because also the ACB Spanish League, his team lost to Real Madrid, so they're done here. They have literally no basketball now. So. But he's going to be playing in for Lithuania in the Eurobasket competition.
So when do you see him actually come in or having an opportunity to actually come for the next 2 seasons from now?
Yeah, I think that's the soonest, and that's going to be only the case if he sees an opportunity to get minutes on the floor, because he's going to get basically the same money here in Europe at that point of his career. So it's no way. And listen, he's playing for like the top 5 top 10 teams definitely here in Europe for Barcelona. So,
says
you
a lot.
know, yeah, that so he's not going to be. He's playing off the bench, of course, now because he has legends, you know, ahead of him. But in Europe, that's normal. That you know, if you're a young guy, you know, and you play behind guys that play for their countries and stuff like that for like decades,
It's
you're
normal.
going to be behind them. No
Yeah,
matter
yeah.
how good of a game you have previously and stuff like that, you're going to be behind them.
So in other words, you got to pay your dues before you
Yeah,
actually get. I
yeah,
see. I see.
yeah. But
Man,
he's one of those guys that, and listen, he has a great situation because his coach is from his country. You know, they play in Spain, but his coach is, you know, from Lithuania. So I think, you know, he has that, you know, a little bit longer leash for mistakes and stuff that he can do.
Man, but just seeing Andy what Dallas did, Bucks has done. If things ain't working out, man, why not? Let's bring that cat over here already. Let's not wait too long.
Yeah, so Andy, give me your pros and cons and tips.
On Tibbs?
Pros and cons. I'm sure there's some good stuff.
Yeah, actually, there's plenty of good stuff for me from Tibbs, but I'm gonna start with the bad things. The bad things that he's not elastic and he does not do adjustments on the fly. Okay, he's too stubborn, and that's the thing that literally loses us the games. And that's the easiest thing that you can pinpoint. You know, the faults and the mistakes, the blames and stuff like that. And the offense is also not based towards maybe not guys that I want to be, but I think he doesn't use properly certain players. Because, for example, on NBK, we had an interview with Quentin Grimes' trainer, right? And he said, and I think it was Steph that asked the question that, you know, we as fans are expecting, you know, Quentin to play a little bit more off the ball, but Tibbs, you know, doesn't that we didn't never see it as Knicks fans, right? And his trainer said, like, listen, he plays off the ball as well as his pull-up game and stuff like that. Just Tibbs doesn't use him like that. So, and we were, you know, thinking what can be the next, you know, evaluation point for Quentin Grimes to play better for the Knicks. But if he's just used to be a spot-up shooter, we're never going to see that, you know. So I think, you know, that's the other thing, that maybe it's like, okay, he can do the pull-up shots or he can do the drives, but it's not on the level that I need him to do it. So I'm not going to use it. I'm not going to implement that into the offense. And that's also understandable, right? You ain't going to be, you know, doing practice sessions on NBA floor games and in the regular season schedule because you're going to be, you know, with a bad record. So that's also that thing that I actually, you know, respect a little bit Tibbs about it, that he's playing to win. No matter what, he's going to be playing to win. And it's easy for us Knicks fans to blame him that he does bad rotations, bad lineups and stuff like that, but we can say it after the game, right? Yeah. For example, if Burks would lock down a point guard, nobody's going to praise him that game. That we won the game because Burks was on the floor and not defending that guy. But, you know, Tibbs might have that idea that he wants actually that guy to be defended that way. And that's his philosophy, and it's hard to judge, you know, philosophy after a couple of seasons even. So,
Andy, I have another quick question because I'm not too familiar with the rules and the discrepancy that the EuroLeague may have or may not have. What's the possibility if something does happen and is a possibility like we could actually move him to the G League? Well, there's any type of discrepancy that the Euro could actually even put?
No, he has in his contract an NBA buyout, and players that get drafted and players that are like top players, they always sign that stipulation in their contract that they got like an NBA out clause, right? Only problem is, for example, he's gonna, and I'm throwing out the number, it's not an exact number because I don't remember it. For example, he earns $1.2 million on in Europe here, right? But the NBA buyout is like 900,000, right? And the NBA team, as in this situation, the Knicks can only pay up till like 700,000 or 650, right? So he has to cover a certain part of it from his pocket.
I see.
So sometimes, for example, the Vildoza situation, he had like 2 years, whatever. So the money he was about to get paid was like 2.4 million, right? But the Knicks can only pay 650,000 at that point. So he lost 1.8 million. But that's why the Knicks signed him late in the season, gave him the money so he can, like zero out that debt.
Right.
And they said, listen, you can't play, so we're just gonna waive you.
Yeah.
But for Vildoza, it still was a good situation because he was literally a free agent, so he could pick the team that not only in the NBA but also in Europe, right? Because he bought out that contract, he was fine with his previous club in Baskonia, and he could play for a way better team because Baskonia is maybe top 20 teams in Europe, right? So for example, he could go to CSKA Moscow, he could go to those Barcelona, Real Madrid teams, and get even more money from that. But that's only stipulating. And now he's like I told you guys, he played in a game for the Bucks in the playoffs. That now this week, I think it was yesterday, he got waived, and like 20 minutes after, they say that he's gonna still play in the summer league squad for the Bucks. So maybe they're looking to give him a vets minimum contract or something else. So,
man, I love that too.
Yep. As I was throw this out to the chat and to Andy, with the current team we have, rotation wise, would you go 8, 9, even 12 deep?
Maybe 12 is a little bit too much.
12 is extreme.
Say no.
Coach Thibodeau, yeah.
I know Tibbs would go. Tibbs want to go 5.
Nah, Tibbs gonna go like 7, and 6 guys gonna be 40 minutes.
Exactly.
Now I could see Tibbs going 9 deep, 9 deep, and then if you get an injury to a key player, instead of replacing that player with one player, you might see Tibbs split the difference between 2 players.
Yeah.
Right. Like say if RJ gets hurt, you could see Cam and Grimes split those minutes, filling in for RJ. I could see like a situation like that.
And Freezy, I would say that he would go 10 deep if he would be comfortable with playing Obi and Julius in the same time on the court.
But he don't.
Yeah, but that's a problem that he doesn't feel so.
Yeah, man. I'd go 11 deep though, man. I'd go 11.
Nah, he hates it.
No. That would have to be blowout games. That would have to be blowout games.
I'd be shocked if he did that.
Yeah,
I'd see a fresh 5 come on the floor again.
The only
he's gonna have to put Obi on the floor, and I think the front office is gonna demand it. Yeah. And listen, as much as Tibbs may not want it, this is Tibbs' last year at a shot at keeping a job. He's 62. This is it. Once he loses the Knicks job, he's not getting another job.
Yeah.
So if he wants to have a run at this, he's going to have to do what the front office want him to do, or at least compensate a little bit and be like, all right, we'll try. We'll work in the middle.
I see your point. Like there's no reason right now for them to actually or Coach Thibodeau to be stuck on either 7 or 9. Right now, I'm seeing a 10, Andy, and especially based on this is OB and IQ 3rd year. So there's no reason, as much as he want to play veterans, these dudes is after that it's going to be 2 more years, and that's about it. Like, you're not talking about fully rookies. You talking about at least they already had some. Let's say their legs or their foot wet in the league. So you can't keep on putting them on the side.
Yeah, you can't.
So then who's gonna sit down? Who's your 9 or 10? Which means we're gonna know who's not gonna play.
I think Grimes is gonna get less minutes or even none.
Yeah.
I thought it was Reddish. I think Reddish.
Oh, Reddish. Reddish ain't even cracked the rotation last season, so he ain't even in the rotation.
So Cam's gonna be on the bench. Cam will be on the bench.
Grimes,
Deuce.
Sims gonna never see a lot of
I see Sims. Yeah, but I see Sims playing. Like, there's if you look at the fan base on Sims,
I know.
Like now it's growing. Like I'm surprised that Sims already got his fan base.
Right? Yeah, because people love ham sandwiches, bro.
No, like I just don't know. Like
Ham Lunchables, Freezy. Ham Lunchables.
I just see that. Listen, didn't the Knicks already gave Sims a contract because he was up for this year?
They're about to.
It was about to expire. So if they already gave him a contract, it's because they're not fully committed, but they are not also stupid enough to let him pass some other team, develop him on his flaws, and now you have something special on another team, and we looking like
No, I ain't gonna say nothing special, but he is not gonna be nothing special.
Yeah, Hardenstein.
I think, like Joe said, he's gonna have to play Obi, and he might have to play Cam if Cam is here.
Nah, he ain't got to play them dudes though. He ain't
I mean, in reference to if you do some stuff and it don't work, I never agree with him not playing Cam, or they say he was hurt. So we'll just have to see, really, because when you playing players that we know is not better, that causes confusion. Like he said, that could make them say, "Yo, what's up?" Because you could go your way when it don't work, but now your job is on the line.
Yeah.
So
if you go their way and fail, then that's the difference. You know what I mean? You ain't gonna try all the way your way. Not saying they're gonna control Tibbs like that. I don't think you can't coach for the man, but you can't force him to play. If he put Obi out there for more minutes and he's still not playing better, then that'll be his reason not to have to play him more minutes. But Joe had a good point with that. I agree with that, and that's why I said that about Cam in reference to, hopefully he can earn some minutes, because I don't see why not at that 3 with the length. He just gotta want it. That's the only problem I think that people say about him. He got a low motor. So he gotta want it. I can't say, you know what I'm saying?
I don't even think that is the motor. I think that he has the motor, and believe it, like we even had that discussion for Easy last night, that I see everything, all the potential is up there for Cam, but bro, this dude every single time it's like an appetizer that you just can't get enough, and the waiter comes out of nowhere and tells you, yeah, we just ran out.
And who do you blame on that? Tibbs, right?
No, I can't blame Tibbs. It's one of those, bro, that there's players out there in the league that their body, for some odd reason, unfortunately it just does not help. I wish that the Knicks, if they are fully committed with Cam Reddish, that he should have gotten a surgery if possible, or have somebody to give him therapy, teach him how to land right. If he's about to fall a certain way, fall in a different way, so that he doesn't damage his body at a certain way. Because I'm looking at Cam Reddish, he's not going to give you 75%. He's giving you 120. He's breaking his back for a certain play, and that certain play might be detrimental for his career.
See, I think with Cam, it's a confidence thing. He just got with some coaches that didn't really, I seen games where he played okay when he was on the Hawks. I didn't see enough of him on the Knicks, but I know these players, beforehand, following players. So, when you say you got a coach that just make a decision and put Burks at the point and make all these crazy decisions, right, and sacrifice his minutes for him to get better, because there's not nobody out there that you could say should have been playing over him. Those are things when the coach is going to get questioned at that standpoint, because it's not making sense. If you go against a player, you making bad decisions, man. And you could say, Cam got to do this, or Cam got to do that. But like you just said, I said that too. He has to work harder to get his minutes, right? But you said that they take him out. You see him coming out the game. That's how Tibbs was coaching. And I feel like if we're not winning, or it's somebody in front of him that shouldn't be, then that just doesn't make sense.
But think about it this way, Harwell. I feel like Cam Reddish, like the way Coach Thibodeau is doing things, a lot of people may not agree with it, but it's giving everybody the opportunity of actually proving something on the floor, and giving that type of threat on other players. Like Cam Reddish, it's not like we didn't see him play. The only thing is that it got to a point that it was already getting hard for Coach Tib not to play Cam Reddish, because he's showing lights. He's showing like he has something special. So now he's getting a little bit more minute, and then all of a sudden he gets hurt. And it's like, wow, like, man, like he was almost there. It just sucks, man. It sucks.
So I think with the Cam thing to the front office, didn't move anybody. They didn't give him a spot to go into.
Yeah, but when he was playing, that's what that's what I'm saying, Joe. When he was playing, regardless of him not having spot or not, he was balling out. Like, and this is coming from somebody that is not a Cam Reddish fan.
Nice,
but
easy. Calm down. Cam Reddish balling out, really?
I'm telling you right now,
35 and 13 a game.
Hey, I'm not saying that in a super, like with what we have as the Knicks, you can see, bro. Look at RJ. RJ, he came in, he hit a layup, somebody slapped the ball, and Cam Reddish had that line desire, like, oh, you gonna do that to my man? I'm gonna block this dude's shot. And look what happened. Like, come on, man. Those are players that has heart. Like, hey, they want to give everything, but it just sucks, Freezy.
Man, Freeze, that means no Cam, no Deuce,
no Grimes. I mean, no
Cam.
What's my man name?
No
Sims.
Yeah.
And no Taj, of course. Taj
no Taj. Yeah.
So
no
right now, those 4 players are gone.
Fournier should be
good. Getting minutes.
Man,
yeah, D Rose should be on this.
And Fournier D Rose playing that much though, man.
You want to know something about D Rose? D Rose last season, they actually try to force him to the starters, and it didn't work out. So I wouldn't abide or debate on having Derrick Rose again on the bench based on what we saw two seasons.
I like D Rose. It's just the thing is that we're going in a different direction. We're heading a team that the front office is trying to kind of push out there a little bit. That they're not going to commit to a full rebuild. That's not going to happen. But they're kind of retooling or rebuilding a little bit. And D Rose is 34, going on 35. Move him to contender and let him compete. He doesn't need to be on the bottom of a bench of a team that's trying to rebuild, compete for the 10th seed or whatever.
I like that.
Move him.
I like that.
Yo, I'm flipping your starters. Freezy, I'm flipping Fournier. I'm going to do what you recommended. I like the idea. IQ.
Oh no.
B Rose, and I'm bringing in Deuce and
you bringing in Miles McBride
in the starting lineup?
No, bench.
Oh.
For the bench, I'm taking D Rose to sit down. I'm bringing Cam. Some minutes.
Yeah, I don't.
That's crazy.
You know what? My team is going to
so Freezy. That's in stone.
McBride will probably go back to the G League.
My team's going to be running. My team's going to be running from start. There's going to be no one. If you're not moving, you're sitting down. You're not moving.
Tibbs don't run. The Tibbs don't coach like that.
Man,
you should be exhausted.
Yeah, Tibbs. That's what I'm saying.
Man, Andy put a period against what I really wanted, because I wanted Evan Fournier with that bench. I wanted people that runs and could shoot, not only run, that could shoot. But after Andy said what he said,
could put RJ at the 2.
Yeah, but it sucks to have Evan Fournier in the bench as well, because we also need a shooter in that starters. Like, man,
Cam at the 3. That's a crazy. That's Cam at the 3, RJ at the 2. If you ask me.
You know something. I had this conversation early this morning before the Freezy show, and one cat told me, like, listen, the only thing with Cam Reddish, if he gets hurt one more time, the possibility of trading him might go out the window. So now
it's the risk you take, man. Risk you take being a pro athlete.
So when Tibbs said when he said the reason for him not playing Cam, you believe that?
No.
Okay, I'm just making sure, like, cause
Cam earned it.
It just got to make sense, bro.
Yeah,
like, not like we saying, like, we talking about some nice players. We trying to fit Cam in over. You know what I'm saying? We talking about building a team, and Fournier need to be on a winning team. Like he said, same thing about D Rose. I think same thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Cam is developing with RJ. That's what they brought him here for. Just now. Granted, I think it was a setback him not getting a chance of offer last season as much as he should have. But if he was hurt, then that's how it played out.
Yeah,
you know saying you can't
and
say
it's
nothing about
unfortunate, Harwell. It's very unfortunate.
Yo, if Fournier comes off the
So that
bench,
doesn't make it any
6 man of
easier
the
that he
year.
didn't get the surgery.
It doesn't.
Like that to me is crazy. It's like you went like I knew he come in hurt. That's my excuse with Cam is like he was hurt when he got here. He was in and out of the lineup hurt. He finished the season hurt.
Yeah.
I want him ready to go because I do want him starting at the 3. But my concern is like if he didn't get the surgery, it's like as my man said there, it's like what happens now? He gets hurt again and so he's out for half the season or a couple of months.
And
you ain't trading him. You moved the first for him, so you can't move, and you're just gonna let him expire.
Yeah,
man, it's a risk I gotta take though. I mean, maybe I'm a little high risk.
Yeah, but you gotta but Anthony, you gotta take care of your players. Like I'm with Joe right there. Like if we already knew that Cam Reddish wasn't about to play after that injury, he should have gotten the surgery like next day or that same day, so that we could be prepared this season. And we could like right there, Anthony, I will be with you. We will run that risk. But you know something? He is fully healthy, or we believe he's going to be fully healthy because now you gave time for that surgery to do his thing. You know,
physical therapy, all kind of alternative.
You got to treat Cam like how Quickley was when we brought Quickley in. When we brought Quickley in, we were like, Quickley's not going to get in the rotation. He beat dudes out. Cam has to come in and beat Fournier out. He needs to beat Grimes out. If he can't beat them dudes out, then maybe he shouldn't be playing.
I agree with that.
Did anybody ever consider that maybe Evan Fournier is just a better player?
Oh yeah, that's fact.
Yeah, right now, Freezy. I agree. Right now, he is.
Andy already said that, and that's why you see me a little bit quiet.
I must have been out walking the dog because I didn't.
That was my point.
Harden was a 6th man. Wasn't James Harden a 6th man on OKC?
Yeah.
I'm just saying the best, a really great player come off the bench against the second team of another team will kill. I think Fournier coming off the bench against the second team of anybody will crush them when they're like, okay, second squad's coming in and Fournier walks in and all of a sudden 3 straight three shots. You're like, oh, man, they didn't let up. They got better. That's a scary thought to me. I'd love to see that Fournier come in and just be like.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think trading Fournier is a good idea because he's one of the best shooters in the league.
That's what I'm saying. I want to keep him, but I want.
This is the dude right here that people want to get rotation minutes.
Derrick Rose. They just had him in McDonald's drive-through too on the.
He looked like it. Look at Derrick Rose.
Yo, my guy's ready to retire.
Come on.
He ready to retire.
I want to give him minutes over Cam. You see Knicks fans?
Oh my
God.
I want Rose on the bench. I'm sorry.
Hey, shout out to D Rose, bro.
I love Rose though, man. But I'd want Rose to come off the bench and help raise these youngsters. But eventually get me out that $40 million contract. I want that money away from Rose as well. Sorry, Rose. Vet minimum next year.
Fournier need a ring. Send Fournier somewhere where he could get a ring. Right, Andy? Right, Andy? Send Fournier somewhere where he could get a ring. He deserves it. He had a great career. Let's give a young guy some minutes because is Fournier getting us past the first round of the playoffs?
If we're gonna make the series with Boston, he's gonna do that.
There we go.
Andy, he'll be better on Boston. I think he will go crazy with Boston next season.
Andy, against Atlanta, who's Boston going to guard? Who's Fournier going to guard in the guards?
Oh, I think he would have to guard Bogdanovich.
So,
Bogdanovich going to cook Fournier.
Yo, I ain't even gonna hold you. Every time I look at this Rose picture, I'm like, man, bro, come on, man.
He's not that fat, Freezy. Come on. Yesterday, you painted him like he was really fat. Like, come on. I know he has that chicho, but
Nah, bro.
I'm telling you, my guy's ready to retire. Just send him to contender for his last year or two, and just let him just send off to Cancun. Let him fish.
Yeah,
he's done.
I'm laughing at the fish. I wish he had like a real fish holding up, not like a little guppy. I mean, that's like my fish tank, man.
Yeah, he not. So you saying he not even good at fishing? my man can't even fish. Yeah. Hey, you know what? I got something back here for that fish. I got something back here for that little teeny fish, bro.
Oh, there we go. Exactly.
Yeah, I got something for it. That fish so small he might get lost in that little teeny tank back there. that tank right there is like Midtown Manhattan for that little fish, bro.
Yeah. No, people got like a 4 foot, 20-pound fish holding up, and he got a little guppy.
Yes. And when you said little guppy, yes, I agree. But my only deal with Grimes and Cam is this: if we project in the future, then why can't we wait, right? But right now, I just don't see Grimes and Cam Reddish put together being better than what Fournier brings on a nightly basis. Now, does Fournier play bad defense? Yes, he does. Right, and Fournier's apologists will say, he's not that bad. Yes, he is. Yeah, he is that bad. Right, but at the same time, does he have the potential to go off in a game? Yes, and we've seen it. We've seen Evan Fournier 30-point games. We've seen Swaggy Fournier. Y'all remember the 3-pointers off 1 foot from the corner from Fournier this season? You're like, Fournier, why you shooting that thing falling out of bounds? And it's wet. You're like, oh, that's why. I got you. Get you. You know what I'm saying? So when Fournier's feeling it, especially from that corner, when he's shooting the 3 off 1 foot falling out of bounds, you're like, Fournier, what are you? Good shot.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Facts. He might play better with Brunson too.
Yeah, he might. He may play better with Brunson, bro. My whole thing about Fournier is for his value, and I heard the conversation Andy was saying about his contract value to another NBA team and to us, and what it is as a commodity. What I'm saying to you is I would rather keep Fournier for the entire season, right? Let him get into that last year of his deal. See what's on the open market. If nothing's there, then pick up the team option.
Yeah.
And even if you do that, guess what? Fournier is still on an expiring contract.
Love it.
Right? It just if nobody out there is better, then pick up the team option. And then the team option is only for 1 year.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Just bear with him and let him play. Then if there's some type of drop off, move him to the bench, bring up your guy. And then give Fournier a lesser role. But I'm not just listen, man. I know we want to see the young kids play. I know we want to see the young kids play, bro. But the young kids are gotta want to play too, right? We ain't just want to throw ham sandwiches out there. In my opinion, Grimes is y'all already know how I feel about Grimes.
but Fournier is a ham hero. That's all he is. He made
he's a ham sandwich on French bread.
He's an expensive ham sandwich. He's that Arab, bodega hero, the good one, the trip sandwich, that good school trip sandwich. We ain't gonna disrespect him. He's still
in the brown paper bag.
He's money in the bank. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But we can easily pass up on that for development of our young Bucks freeze. I think, especially with that position right there.
Right.
They saying Grimes could guard up, and I think the good point is that we got to hang our hat more on defense like we used to. The league, it's more of a bunch of offensive players. We got to start hanging our hat playing some defense out here. I'm not saying.
What if I told you Grimes? What if I told you Grimes and Evan Fournier had the same defensive impact? What would you say?
I would say you might have a point because Fournier has some steals. He know how to see. He got that technique. So Fournier old head. He an OG. He know how to steal the ball. I seen him get a lot of steals this season. I'm never gonna not admit your stat if I see it. You know what I'm saying? but you can't have that many steals and everybody say you can't play no defense. That means there's something wrong with that pitcher. You know what I'm saying? He get this many steals, but he can't play no defense. It don't make sense.
But you know what? I'm gonna contest that for a quick sec before I make a point. There's thing I talked to Preach about before. It's called confirmation bias, where you have a belief and all you're looking for is other opportunities to justify your belief. So every time you make a mistake, you're like, see, he sucks, and then you start to justify what you believe. So we may have that already with Fournier. Just the fact that he's French. We already, as the Knickerbockers, we know because he's French, we already try to find holes in his game. But another factor about Fournier is I do like the idea. If he does start, I do want to see IQ, Grimes, Cam, Obi, and Isaiah flying on the second team. Imagine that team running the first of anybody else on the second team, running those guys to death because those guys can fly.
I like it.
Rose may still have the ability to run as well, but man, that five right there will be able to fly down that court like every single. It'll be back to Showtime, East Coast style. I'm just saying, I love that possibility as well. Even though
I agree. I seen somebody say something earlier about how some players they learn how to do certain things as their career go on, and that'd be a big point I'd be trying to make. We don't remember other players that didn't play for the Knicks really, if you don't follow these guys, what they average early on in their career. And a lot of these guys just be talking bad about players that's on our team that's averaging more than their favorite player averaged in their first 3 years. So I'm going to talk about that more later on my show. But I just wanted to say that in reference to how y'all look at players. And, we say, we don't have this and we don't have that. But then we think about it. We ain't have no player like that in so long. Like, that don't make sense. That's like you getting your first nice car and you already calling it a piece of shit. But you ain't had a nice car like this in 10 years, bro. Right. People were judging Brunson the same way. Same thing, bro. But they ain't have a point guard in how long?
Right.
So that's what Freezy be saying too. Like, you got to understand really what be being said like about players, because I just had the numbers. Zach LaVine numbers. RJ averaged more than him in his first 3 years. Look at the numbers. Yep. It could be 1 point, whatever, but look at the numbers. You know what I'm saying? Look at all these other players y'all glorify and go compare the numbers. Now, do you have to like a player that I like? No, I don't. I'm a Knicks fan. I respect a player if I followed them long enough to believe in them, right? But I'm going to go look at the numbers and see how good is this kid really doing at this point in his career. Then you got to factor in he doing this on the Knicks too. When these other guys is in Minnesota, small markets where it ain't like how it is here, you know what I'm saying? But y'all quick to just criticize these players. And that's why I say I play ball. It's not easy to do some of that stuff. Now, granted, do I know RG don't really have a bag? Yes, he don't. He don't. He don't have a lot of moves like Garland or all these other players, right? But he always been like that. So if you know all of those players, then you already knew that already. You know what I'm saying? The difference is when you make the transition in the league to still do these type of numbers as your first years in, when you don't really have no real star next to you, no leader, nothing, not a lot of good players on your team. All that stuff you got to factor in when dudes be saying Garland or Poole and all this. I be like, yo, Poole is like that because he's doing Curry's workout, bro. Like, he's over there with players who've been through the mud. Like,
guess what I just found out? I'm on statmuse.com, right? Looking at the defensive ratings for the Knicks, right? Take a wild guess who is the New York Knicks' best defensive wing player. Take the wildest guess. Take the wildest guess. Imagine. Just take the wildest guess. Fournier. Just take the wild. No, he the worst. Take the wildest guess.
No, he ain't the worst, Freezy, because you got the numbers wrong, bro.
Wing defender.
What is it? Say that again. Say that again, Andy.
You know why you got the numbers
wing defender, right? So 2s and 2 and 3s.
No, hold on. Say that one more time, Andy.
You got the numbers Freezy wrong because you typed in 2021 and it showed only half of the season for Fournier, for example.
You gotta put 2022.
You got only 42 games played. See, It's not the whole season. He played 81 games.
Yeah.
Okay,
games.
hold on.
So he's got the misleading numbers, bro. Don't
yeah,
bash
yeah,
my
yeah.
guy like that.
Andy,
he was on
my
that
boy, bro.
campaign for a few minutes.
Andy,
because that's what they.
Why you do that, Freezy? I love Freezy's analysis. I'm gonna give you guys an example of conflict bias.
There it is. There it is right
Yo,
there.
that's why earlier Sherman M was like, the Knicks was not 11th in defense earlier in the chat.
The Knicks were 11th in defense, bro.
He was yelling it out.
Yeah, the Knicks were 11th in defense, man. Hey,
anyway, I just feel one quickly.
80 games played.
And then because people will say one thing like, "Yo, such and such," and then they won't put the source.
Yeah.
Like if you're gonna say something, man, say what source you got it from.
Yeah, but
don't just be like yelling, like, yeah, it's such and such.
But you could see Freezy compared to the year prior, he did way better. At least 2 points less. So that's improvement.
Yeah. By the way, my confirmation bias example I normally do with my students I used to have. I used to compare, said the term I would say sometimes Colombian women are very sexy. Then I put up a picture of Sofia Vergara and go, see, confirmation bias. Is she sexy?
Colombia, I'm telling you right now, they don't need to be Sofia Vergara. Like they got a lot of pretty, bro. That country, they have a lot of pretty chicks over there, man.
Yeah, and yo, for the record, Evan Fournier and RJ Barrett have the same defensive rating from last season.
Yeah. Okay. Now compare RJ, and this is not bashing RJ. Compare his stats on defense prior to the other season before.
No.
Freezy. I posted you a link to the private chat on StreamYard from the NBA advanced stats, and you can compare Fournier to RJ.
All right. The reason why I say that nice is because I got a whole bunch of stuff open right now.
Yeah.
And all that's gonna do is just gonna be like,
hey
Andy, it won't open. Oh, there it is. Wait. I got you.
Freezy.
I got you.
Freezy, ask you a question.
Okay.
Freezy.
Yo.
Can I ask you a question, bro?
Okay.
You remember early in the season, everybody was saying RJ was going to be our defensive stopper, right? Before he started having to take on offensive responsibility. Do anybody remember that on the panel?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, of course.
He got that stop. He got that stop on DeRozan and all. Yeah.
That's what they were saying. He's going to be our stopper, blah, blah, blah. So I just wanted to say, when he started having to take more on the offense and started playing more.
Why you ask me that?
It wasn't aimed at you. You didn't say anything. That's why I changed it to anybody, because it wasn't you said anything for me to ask you. I just wanted to know if anybody really.
Yeah, because I be feeling like when y'all ask me if
I know.
It's towards you. On the witness stand.
I ain't trying
why y'all put me on the witness stand, bro?
Man, he put you on the spot, Freezy.
Freezy like I was there. Freezy like I was there, but I ain't see who did it.
Right. Andy, what's your prediction for the team's record this year, Andy?
Wow,
Andy,
that says a lot right there.
What's your projection?
That's a.
It's up in the air. Andy.
I need to see them. I need to see them in the preseason.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so Andy, let me ask this. The only reason why I'm not gonna get too deep into this is, who was Evan Fournier guarding versus who was RJ Barrett guarding, in terms of why these numbers came out the way that they did. Is there a way that we can take a deeper dive, like say versus certain players? Did Evan Fournier ever say go against Kevin Durant and lock him down? Is there a way that we can is there a way we can see how many?
You can only see the areas and the spots on the court, literally.
Okay.
If you scroll down, way down.
Way down. Okay.
But Freezy, the numbers that you want to see here is the net rating, assist ratio, and stuff like that. And then when you try to compare them head to head,
right,
it's like literally in the overall thing. So not the two first rows, just like the third and the fourth row, and you can go run through those numbers, and it's going to be way easy. Not these one. These are really in depth, like over here. Yeah, over here, a little bit lower. A little bit lower, Freezy. Over here, just above the like the third and the fourth row.
Go up.
Higher, higher.
Go up. No.
Higher,
there
higher.
we go.
Right over here. Over here, bro.
Uh-huh.
Right here.
Net rating.
Here you have like the advanced stats, but it's like the basic advanced stats. Like
Okay. All right.
Yeah, at least RJ rebounds is great. That's
yeah. That's the only way. That's the only thing he has over Fournier.
Yeah, and so what I was going to mention, though, is based on what I just saw on StatMuse, the Knicks' best wing defender in a small sample size in 15 games is Cam Reddish. Yeah. And it's not even close. Cam Reddish is blowing people away. Right? Cam Reddish is 3 points better than Fournier and RJ.
Yeah, and the second best player is going to be Farron Hunt, right?
Let me see. Let me go back.
Yeah, it's going to be or Daniel House, I think. Daniel House
be next.
But Farron Hunt only played 2 games. So.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying because the sample size is really small for those guys.
Yeah.
It's not enough. It's not enough.
Yeah, and a guy we bought in for defense, Wayne Selden, was atrocious.
We should have
Frank. Was 117.9. Daniel House in one game was 119.6. That's
we
terrible.
needed Frank.
Derrick Rose's defense wasn't bad. Nerlens Noel's defense was great.
Are we talking about last season? Because he didn't even play.
Yeah.
Did Noel play last season?
Yeah, 20 games, bro.
20 games, yeah.
Bro, it felt like I haven't even seen him on the floor.
Yeah, it feels like 5 games, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, literally.
Is there more NBA league pass out there or something?
So hey Andy, thank you for catching that, bro, because I didn't even notice. I appreciate you catching that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all human, man. Everybody, make mistakes or whatever. I just didn't see it. So I appreciate you pointing that out. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is with Fournier, I never believed that he was, or let me phrase it in a way that makes it sound like I'm not double talking. I never thought Evan Fournier was a lockdown defender. And I don't like Evan Fournier in situations where you have to depend on his defense. How about me put it that way? Right? I at least feel like I like my chances with RJ Barrett against the Bradley Beals of the world and against the Jason Tatums of the world. And it's the reason why I asked if there is data that shows that supports the argument of if the guy, not is he good, either way, Cam Reddish or RJ, but is there sample sizes where we could point to and say, well, at least against this type of player, Fournier is better. And then that way, Tibbs can at least match up Hunt. Like, is Evan Fournier better against 6'8", 6'9" forwards as opposed to 6'3", 6'4" shooting guards? Some data to support something. That way we could be like, well, if Fournier get out there, I like him against Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, but I don't like him against Ja. But it is what it is, bro.
I got a big important question for you, see. Is that a Mets hat you have on?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. My condolences.
They're pretty good.
I felt like you would chop low just now. God, I just felt like you would chop low just now. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, and the pizza place is open. Like, what? I just feel like you hit me with a chop low just now. But yeah. And so seeing that Fournier is 112.9, that's not bad, bro.
Nope.
That's not bad. Yeah. I mean, it's not as the gap between him and Quentin Grimes is not as much as I thought. So what does that mean?
What's Jalen Brunson's defensive rating compared to what Kemba's might have been last year for the small sample size he was there? just to even see how is Kemba and Brunson's defense kind of just as bad, where Fournier's defense, lack of defense, is going to show more, or is Brunson at least a little bit better that it may help?
Let me see here. Defensive rating. All right. Let me find the Knicks. Hold on.
Guys, listen, I'm going to bounce because it's like half an hour after midnight here. I gotta work tomorrow. So, yeah, it's a 6-hour difference, bro.
What? 1, 2, 3,
Andy,
4,
thank you so
5,
much,
6,
man.
7,
Have
8,
fun
9, 10.
and bro, I analyze these numbers really good, bro. They're not that bad for Fournier. Remember.
Hey, so Andy, are you a Evan Fournier supporter?
Listen, I'm not like the fan. I'm only supporting him because I don't like how Knicks fans
The backlash.
Yeah, the backlash. I'm like defending him from the backlash.
Yeah.
That's the only thing, because I feel like he's unfairly, criticized. So
you mean how Knicks fans made him the scapegoat? If something goes wrong, we pick out a scapegoat and we just hate them for no reason. Hey,
it has to be the French guy after Frank.
Yeah, man. Hey, so let me see here. So let me count. Let me see. Golden State 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Look at that. The Knicks are tied with the Utah Jazz, Toronto Raptors for whatever place this is. 9, 10, 11. 9, 10, 11 is so Utah, 9. Toronto. Yeah, so they're tied for 9th. Imagine that.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine that. So I guess the Knicks aren't 11th. It's amazing how data, how you can use data to support certain stuff. So, but hey guys, listen, I got to get out of here because Knicks Freestyle is coming up at 8:00. So I got to do some show prep for Knicks Freestyle. Free Keith and the Ghetto Intellect to be on at 8 p.m. I got to go get my puppy from outside so he can stop digging holes in my lawn and do some show prep for those guys. Thank you, everybody, for coming through. Man, we appreciate everybody, man. And we'll see y'all in about an hour and a half.
Have a good one, brothers.
All right, y'all. All right.